Hello there, and welcome to Dungeons and Dragons on Roll For It. We're continuing our long-running Ascension campaign, and we're just getting to the end of a pretty big chapter where a lot has happened, and people are still kind of processing what's happened at the same time as doing a lot of stuff and decompressing, and also, in literally one case, soul-searching. So before we get into that, we'll go through our usual announcements, which I think are actually pretty brief today. The monthly recap is now out. If you're on our Patreon at the hero tier and above, you can check that out. NPC name submissions are coming soon, so please submit loads of names. And we're sponsored by Roll20. Again, because I kind of need the demonstration to feature in the chat log, I'm going to use Bentham as my example today. So, today's example will be of a feature with Roll20 that you do need the pro thing for, but the script is literally the companion script to the Roll20 5e sheets. So it is quite a default script and partially inbuilt. So if Bentham, you can bring up parent sheet, and I can show them. You can't. Yeah, your sheets.
I have everything popped out. It's all
fine. If you click lay on hands, it should still ask where people can see the ask button.
Yeah,
right?
it will. So I will click my lay on hands, which is now in my my attacks list, and I'll need to switch the map so they can see this bit. There it is. And I'm gonna pick. I've got 18 points of lay on hands. I'm gonna use 8 points of it. I can choose to use it for curing or healing. I'm going to use it for healing. And now it's subtracted the 8 points from my lay on hands for 10.
There we go.
And then I can choose who it applies to.
Handy.
I can heal myself or a target. Also, I like that every time I use this, it just goes Veldarel.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's actually happening there. Is that only lay on hands?
No, it happened for the potion earlier as well.
I don't see Veldarel.
I think this stuff only appears for me.
Maggie, can you do me a favor? Oh, no, I can't see your screen. Maggie, can you do me a favor and just cast Cure Wounds really quick?
Oh, okay.
On the front of your sheet, and then tell me if it says, like, Cogdeer or something.
Yeah, I can do that. Level 1. No, I'm not adding Sharpshooter.
Does it say anything weird below it?
Heal self.
But it didn't say anything weird in chat.
Cogdeer Arena healed for 8 hit points.
But it doesn't say anything, just randomly the word Cogdeer or something, just in plain chat next to the healing buttons?
No.
Okay, that's the parent problem then. I have no idea why. But I guess I'm gonna have to take you aside in the next few days and be like, okay, Bentham, what the hell are you doing?
I don't know, I'm just pressing the buttons you gave me.
I know, it's my code. I'm responsible.
I gotta give myself back my spells.
Well, here's a good thing. How about you don't give yourself back that spell? How about Bentham, Maggie, Cobalt, just use some spells right now. Just, Also, the front of your character sheets should now have a whole bunch of spells that are, like, nicely formatted. Maggie, your Arcane Jolt should ask if you want to be healing with it. Stuff like that. So feel free to use just a few spells. Just decrease your resources quite naturally.
Oh, it actually took charges off my staff even.
Exactly.
Fancy. I'll be taking those back now.
Well, that's what we'll do now, because
I'll minus it again.
If I quickly just give you this, it doesn't look very pretty for now, but if you look in the macro area again, you will notice that there is a resting macro.
There's 2 resting macros now.
There are 2 resting macros. Oh, in which case, let me just delete one of them, because one of them is much prettier. I made earlier. There we go. I'm smart. There you go. You need to have your character selected for that one. So add it as, like, a token action.
Long or short? I guess long. That's the only way I get my stuff back.
And then it should say,
Ooh, cool.
there you go. You're already at full hit points. Your
I'm gonna try
level
a
1
short
spells are
rest.
being gained.
It didn't give me
worked.
back. Okay, give me back my Arcane Jolt. But
There you go. And that should give you back pretty much everything.
I should have spent my channel divinity, so that would have come back.
I would have come back on a short rest, yeah. I
Nice.
might have issues with your warlock spells, Bentham, because warlocks are weird and short rests. That's the only
Cool.
thing to look out
It
for.
worked. I short
That should
rested and
speed
it gave me
stuff up
back a level 3 spell
for
slot.
chapter 4.
Best.
That's why I
Long
was
rest.
like, you know what? You're getting a lot of things that have on a certain rest they come back. It's easy to forget some. And also, you have to go and look up how many things you get back and how many charges. These now get back the right amount of charges. So, in theory, it should all be good. Short rest will also prompt you, like, do you want to spend hit dice, etc. So, then you get, oh, I should be using hit dice.
Soon
Anyway.
we'll have D&D playing itself.
Yes, then I won't
Tell you
need to
what.
deal with you mangy kids.
Imagine not having freaking Roll20 and having to do this all on paper. No thanks.
Oh God, you would
I like it too. It's
you would
fun.
have so many like scribbles where you've rubbed them out and put them back in again on the charges. That's the downside about the paper.
Yeah.
Like I like the paper.
When
but
I play in
you do
person, I
that-
have I have a thing that I use for tracking my spells and stuff. But yeah, I if you were just tracking on the paper, yeah, it gets
What?
messy.
For me, like I only played D&D on Roll20 for years, and then one time tried it in person and was like, oh yeah, I've got to like actually, I've got to find the
Do
dice
stuff.
and roll them, and then I got to remember the numbers and
Oh,
add them
no.
myself. It's terrible.
Think how much time that would take extra even.
Yeah, it just takes
You know,
more time.
I can
for
turn
sure.
my gain up. Is that better? La 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 la. Papa Tim, Papa Tim, Papa 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 Tim.
It's good. I mean, in terms of remembering numbers, we have got a new thing I wrote today, but it does work. It just says that someone is undefined when it asks their name. I don't know why that is. It's weird. Anyway, right. So with that said and done, that's Roll20. You can check them out. We have an affiliate link somewhere. Doesn't really do anything for us, but it makes them happy, I guess. There you go. I'm using Roll20 for ages. Right. That means shilling time. Bentham, you're up.
All right. The way Roll For It is able to do all the cool stuff that we do and have all the shows that we have with all the cool people on them that we have on them is through your support, mainly via Patreon. There's other ways too, though. Patreon's the main way, and there's a whole bunch of tiers on there that give you a whole bunch of different rewards, including but not limited to MP3s of all of our shows, after shows we record after every show, where we talk about what happens in the show. Sometimes go off on random tangents. You can get character sheets, you can get item stats, you can get enemy character sheets and other GM secret things. You can watch the monthly recaps where we talk about the events of the previous month and also go off on tangents there as well, really, especially this last one that we just did. We were going all over the place. We got very distracted. But we did ultimately talk about what happened in the previous month as well. You can also submit names for NPCs. We'll get used randomly throughout our shows. And if you're crazy, you can support us at Legend Tier, where you get to support one Roll For It episode every month, and you also get to take part in a once-monthly RPG one-shot GM'd by a member of the Roll For It cast. It's just a private off-camera game that you get to be a part of, where you can experience a crazy, broad selection of different RPGs. Like, there's legends that have played more different RPGs than I have, I'm pretty sure, at this
You
point.
can experience a crazy wide selection of RPGs, such as Witches and
They're playing
Spellcraft,
Mask.
Witches
Yeah,
and
they're playing
Spellcraft,
Mask.
I mean, yeah.
Witches and
you
Spellcraft.
That's
can
only
also
when
just,
I GM.
You can also just keep voting for Witches and Spellcraft if you really want to, as they have been doing.
I'm just saying the people know what they like.
This month they're playing Mask with the Noir Enigma, which should be really fun. I like Mask. It's a good system.
Masks solves everything about
The PBA stuff.
well, I was going to say, what's it called? The Monster Hearts. It solves everything with Monster Hearts that I want to be solved with Monster Hearts by allowing the damage to be a thing, but the damage is just emotions, and it's great.
Yeah.
I feel like Masks and Monster Hearts need to
Emotional
swap
damage.
a couple of mechanics. But mostly it's Monster Hearts adopting more things from Masks. Not that Monster Hearts
Mass
isn't
is
great,
mostly built
but
on Monster Hearts from
Yeah.
but with the improvements of a few years later. So
yeah, they need to do Monster Hearts 3 that brings in some of the masks elements.
I'm here for it.
It's the cool thing about Powered by the Apocalypse is it's kind of growing. There's a whole community of people just developing this rule set and taking it in different directions and basically testing stuff, and then people can
very
just
cool,
take the
but
good
I
stuff.
realize that we're starting very late today, so
We also go off on tangents in the pre-show too, at least if I have anything to say about it. But you can also support us in other places too. You can do the Twitch things. You can subscribe on Twitch. That gives you emotes and badges and immediate access to the Twitch VODs, whereas normally we'd have to wait 24 hours first to upload the VODs over on YouTube. This music's on the louder side. There we go. You can.
now I can.
It went quieter as I said that. I don't know if that was. I don't know what was.
Or just a downside.
But yes, you can also give us tips, you can give us bits, and they cause things to happen in the cup. And if you if you give us tips, we read them out at the end of the show. So thank you for being awesome and supporting the episode. You can also, of course, support us on YouTube. You can become a YouTube member over there. That gives you emotes and badges as well. And being a YouTube member or Twitch subscriber or a Patreon supporter all give you access to the Discord where you can hang out with us and other fans of the show to talk about all things Roll For It and some things not. And we love hearing about your theories in there. There's lots of theories flying still. Some that we haven't thought of and a lot that, you know you're onto something when he responds with a GIF, I feel like. When If he doesn't respond with words, it means that the words he would say would reveal the truth, and so that's my rule of thumb: is the more he responds in GIFs, the more likely your theory is correct.
The more I'm responding gifts, the more likely I can't comment on your theory. Sometimes that means it's correct, but
And
sometimes
when-
it also means you're in territory that I'm like, I cannot comment on this territory, but have fun.
And when all he says is interesting, you're onto something. Follow the thread.
Is Perrin gonna die this episode?
I hope no.
Always a good question.
It'd be just parents' thing to die in downtime.
I almost died looking at a blood circle, so
It was kind of downtime.
I almost died freeing you from the blood circle.
yeah.
Arena's the
yeah.
only person who hasn't almost died in downtime yet, so let's get this going.
We should
Oh,
just have spit on it a couple of times, Got a bucket of water, maybe. Some holy water, I don't know.
Holy water might have done something.
We are going to have a bathtub of holy water soon, so.
I don't even know where we're putting the dings.
Speaking of which, we have to deal with the fact that you have 200 to 300 pounds of equipment more than any of you can carry or fit in the bag of holding.
We're gonna do some downsizing.
We're going to have to leave some stuff with Pietro or something. I don't know.
To be fair, you got a whole load of stuff for B styles that you don't need because it was for the B styles and was one of the reasons that you had such an easy time there. I didn't.
We just sold a lot of
Yep,
stuff.
I've got a
too,
2-person tent to sell.
And a load of traps for jungle animals.
Bears.
Yeah.
Yes, you can also support us by being here, just by showing up. You're already helping us out. You're contributing to the numbers. The algorithm likes that, we think, presumably, and more people can therefore discover us and stuff like that. It also works in the various social medias, pressing buttons there and here. It all helps us out, retweeting and sharing and liking and following and all of it helps. Please do that. We appreciate it a lot. It makes a big difference. And you can also just cut out the middleman. Tell your friends. Make them watch. Get them hooked.
Make them. You sit here until you're done with this show, or we're not friends anymore.
Make them go back and watch Layla Vampire Slayer. That seemed to be very effective back in the day. I was seeing someone was recently posting about them. I think watching Layla season 1 for the first time in the Discord, which is quite cool to see.
Oh yeah. I always love it when they get to episode 12.
Oh yeah, no, that was a moment that happened. It's weird to think of people watching through that stuff now, because for us it was years ago. It's a different me, different time.
For you, it was
cool.
the most traumatic show of your life. For me, it was a Tuesday. That should be a Thursday. I should have gone with Thursday. Yeah.
I don't. Was it on? I can't remember what day of the week Layla was on now. It's got to be Sunday, right? Maybe not
Saturday, I
initially.
feel. Was
I
it
think
Sunday?
it
Maybe
might
it's
have
Sunday.
started not Sunday, but I think it ended Sunday.
I can't remember. It was Saturday or Sunday though.
So long ago.
Anyway,
Yeah,
moving
that's,
on.
That's all. That's that stuff. You can support us. Thanks. That was it.
That's it. Okay. Well, recap. Who wants to do the recap today? Because I'm not even sure what you're recapping. What are you recapping? It depends on what you really want to focus on today and what you should cover. Certainly, whoever does the recap should certainly mention the fact that you are considering starting your own Stargate program with a teleportation circle and a horse. Yeah, I haven't forgotten that.
Yeah, I do it.
Worrying about that.
I can handle that. So last episode we finished up talking to Miranda Dark and basically got a little bit more information about Perrin's. Well, I guess we didn't. We still don't know that he's kind of messed up. But Perrin got a little bit more information from Miranda Dark. We finished off the ring stuff and shared that with Perrin, that information. Then Miranda Dark basically gave us like a rundown of, hey, all this stuff's going on that we're interested in the Ashir Satrapy, but we can't really get in there because, you know, they're kind of jerks and they're really strict and they hate people. So when you go over there, maybe you could knock out a couple of things for us, help us out a little bit, and, you know, scratch my back, scratch your back. So we're on the lookout for any tie with like the New Dawn, for the Asir Satrapy, maybe with Saravel, and how that might affect the Church of the Raven Queen. Then let's see, I want to make sure I'm not missing anything before we went into downtime. I know we went to Arathane's pretty quickly, and we were there for quite a while. We basically bartered a bunch. I tried to pawn off my crazy Thayer's Dune dagger that I had pocketed from Thenry, at which point everything's like, oh, yeah, we should probably lock that thing up tight and never let it see the sun again.
That's way too much power.
So I tried to trade that for the Dragon Orb, but it seems like our good friend Bahamut and Aerthane are in cahoots and kind of already in line with the mission of collecting the Dragon Orbs. I also mentioned wanting to open up a shop where we could, you know, sell drinks, do some brewing, maybe get our branding up, get some like static income rolling in, so we're not having to go out and just kill stuff to farm it and just have some passive income coming in. Aerthane made a deal with us, basically saying, hey, I'm going to front all this stuff and you can owe it to me when you get back, but if you manage to pull off this mission for me, then you can just have it for free. I'm trying to remember the specifics of what Aerthane wanted. They wanted more
information.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically, I wrote it down.
He said he'd get back to you with specifics, but he gave you kind of a vague idea about what he'd be asking for. Yeah.
Definitely wanted to know more about the new types of magic, the gravity magic and the chrono magic. Oh yeah, we also got a bag of hungering, devouring stuff, which we actually can pull that actual item up, but that's not what it's called. But it's like a bag that eats stuff, basically, that Pietro gave us that they got in the tower and even used a boon on. So I ended up attuning to that on Skith, so that we ended up getting components from the last like legendary creature we fought, which we ended up going with Sarvel, so that hopefully we can make some sort of like chrono device and see maybe kind of what the time magic is doing. And I know Arena wanted to make some sort of watch as well, maybe to deal with that.
And
then
he wanted information on the vault, talismans, and artificers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And said that they would have more specifics. Then we ended up going, I probably missed something there, but we ended up going to Rindy Tonks, who we found. We saw like a gold door in a spot where there shouldn't be a gold door, where it didn't look like the dimensions of the house kind of matched where the door would be for a room. And so we went in there. We saw Rindry. The shop had changed a little bit. The tower had a bunch of incomplete runes around it. The little things were wobbling in the air. And Tonks basically is like, hey, here's this weird item. Also, I can mess with your souls if you want. No problem. Oh yeah, we also had a look at Perrin's soul, where Rindry said basically like, hey, you're pretty corrupt. There's like a stain on your soul. And it's kind of gross looking. So enjoy that. Oh, also Skiff, you've got like silvery glowy balls on your soul, attached to your soul. So that's cool. And then I was like, yeah, use me as a puppet and alter my soul, because I've totally got this trait basically ×2, because I got some weird stuff going on with me right now that I don't fully understand. And so we spent some downtime altering Skith's soul a little bit, getting rid of Warcaster, which then I picked up Inspiring Leadership, since we're about to go to the Satrapy. That basically gives us like more HP during like a speech, 10-minute speech. And let's see, after that, I think that's just about it. I might have missed some stuff. You guys want to fill in anything else important
Arena and Perrin did religious services during the time that you were getting your soul adjusted. We figured out our living location. Arena and Perrin are going to do some modest living where you're going to live more comfortably for the time frame. And then I think whenever you do your reforging stuff, we may increase your comfortability.
Yeah, we're almost done. I think like I had finished going through it right when we
Perrin and Arena went to the Circle Guild for the teleportation cube, and we found out that took a couple days, and we found out some of the other locations that were guild circles, but there's still 2 unknown locations on our cube that we haven't figured out yet. And we got some unique crafting components from Saravel from the Hungry Bag, because
it's the Hungering Satchel, right?
That's what it's Hungering
called.
Satchel.
The Hungering Satchel.
Yep.
So I'm all for misnaming it every time, like the speaking
I'm down with it. The bag that noms, the nomming bag.
The om-nom bag.
It is basically a pet symbiotic bag of devouring that has been well trained and bred over many, many millennia to become actually useful, rather than just I give this to the party to watch them die. You know, someone has specifically gone out and bred bags of devouring.
Now I feel bad leaving it inside of the bag of holding.
Well, you can't put it back in the bag of holding now, because it is now got its own little...
Now it's sentient, right.
Well, it's also now got its own demi-plane thing going on. If you do that, they would...
Yeah.
I'm imagining
so now I just have 2.
I'm imagining a bag of devouring farmer now, who's just herding flocks of carefully bred satchels frolicking through the fields.
And then we left off with Perry arriving at, I guess we were all hanging out with Skith at his nicer apartment or hotel or wherever he's at in.
He was one tier above you, so he's in the same one, but he's like on the top floor
room
with some of the nicer rooms up there.
Gotcha.
Actually, is the bag of devouring, the hungering satchel, on your character sheet, Maggie?
I don't know. Might not be.
If you could add it, it weighs 10 pounds. We'll see. I think you're going to still just be under your weight limit by 1 pound.
Hungering satchel. Oh, no! Over capacity.
Arena is carrying a lot of
I'm probably going to get rid of some of these things, like the rocks.
Yeah, I did put rocks in your resources and in your weapons because you had them for ages, and I'm like, sod it, here you go, you can have a weapon.
Yeah, because I needed them for catapult if I ever want to use catapult. That's the problem.
You can use catapult on things that are lying around. I guess it just depends
Yeah,
if there are
I just had to pick it up.
things around that are dislodged or loose. So, anyway, with that said and done, you are pretty up to date. That was a thorough going over the history. So, I believe that you were all up in Skith's room, checking out his how he's coping with his new soul. He is incapacitated, so he's basically bedridden, or with a bit of help can go to other chairs, etc. for now. But with a knock on the door, you're told that Perry, someone by the name of Perry is here. Perryville Grimm is here to see you. And would you like him to be let up? And I think you said yes, correct? Okay.
Sure.
So, the innkeeper heads away.
We did it.
As a little time passes. And there's kind of a heavy footfalls. Before you're greeted, and I think I have lost the character token that I was going to show you, damn it. One sec.
No.
I will grab the token. The best prepared plans, the best laid plans always go dreadfully, dreadfully wrong whenever you try and actually do them. And I have broken roll 20. No! Classic. Apologies.
Way to go.
I know.
Plot
One of those
twist is
days.
Gallant in disguise. No.
He should be here.
Hearing the heavy thumping, Perrin looks at the like business card that we got that has a rhino face on it. He's like, could it be?
I hope it is.
I'm trying to rest.
Aha!
I love
Well, even if
rhino
your
creatures.
soul's currently rattling around in your body a little bit, you can probably talk business, right?
Going to lay here and relax. You may
Incapacitated
be
Well, how does
tuned
he
to that
want?
bag of hold, or that bag.
He can speak. He can just about move around, but he cannot take any actions. So yes, he can speak. Yes. So I actually found the token. I just put it in a different folder because I reorganized everything. My apologies. And I can now show you the.
Shh.
Oh, damn.
I've seen that guy before.
Oh, he looks
Ever.
cool.
A somewhat older looking humanoid rhinoceros. Big horn coming up from the edge, like top of the nose. Well kind of prepared suit in kind of dark gray. Monocle over one eye. Long cane his side. My name's Perryville Grimm. I take it you would be Dragon Punch.
I will stand up and offer a hand and say, indeed we are.
Takes your hand, big rhinoceros hand. Shakes
Which
it
hand do you
firmly.
offer him?
The right.
Big shake.
Arena's just kind of like looks up and I don't think, has she ever seen whatever he is? Okay. Have I heard of them?
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't have seen anything that really looks like him. No.
Have I heard of anything of him? Not in any books or anything?
Nature roll, I guess.
Nature.
Oof.
There's no
Different
history?
species and humanoids. Technically be nature, I guess.
Yeah, I guess
Oh,
it's
it was almost an
19.
natural 20. 19. No, you
Yeah.
haven't heard of anything that looks overly like him. You do know that there are people who share animalistic traits called shifters. That's about as close as you get.
Okay.
But nothing that looks especially like him.
Arena looks excitedly up at him and he's like, oh, and she offers her hand and says,
Well,
she probably
thank
just one finger shakes his one finger because she's like so small.
He, like, very
He's like-
carefully kind of puts the cane under his arm and uses two hands because he's very cautious. Like one hand and yours is tiny. It's hard to grab it properly without crushing your hand. So he takes it in two hands carefully.
I probably just one finger.
He goes out of his way to make sure it's a proper handshake, but he has to do it with two
okay.
to make sure.
Gotcha. She's like,
I'm Marina Cogdear.
Thought you might be. I had done my background research before coming and introduced myself, and I believe that the last member of your esteemed party would be Skith.
Yes, I'm over here. Not feeling 100%.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. May I enter? And if I can approach, I will happily shake your hand as well.
You can enter.
Well, thank you. I had the liberty of asking if you offer it like that, he will pause and then kind of carefully take your hand. I did not know you were that way inclined, but I'm sorry, this did not come up in background. And he does, like, put his lips against your hand. He doesn't kiss it, but he does just touch lips to your hand.
that's adorable. Marina will pop into a chair and just like watch excitedly.
It's been a long time since anyone's done that.
Well, I think the people should more. I had the liberty of asking for tea and cakes and so forth to be sent up on my tab. I did ask them to order from one of the nicer tea shops that I know in Vihiraras. So, if that is okay.
I will never say no to tea.
Well, I did ask if they could include some cupcakes just for you.
Marina looks even more excited.
Cupcakes.
So, may I sit down?
Of course. Perrin worries about whether this guy
Cheers.
can safely sit down in here.
I mean, he's bulky, but he's not an actual rhino. He is, a humanoid. Looks quite like a rhino.
How tall is he?
Probably 6.5 foot because
Oh my
his head is
gosh.
actually quite far forwards compared to normal.
I'm like the size of his foot.
Yeah, you probably come up to about like below his maybe below his knee. Yeah, below his knee.
Yeah, definitely below.
No,
his
you are
knee,
2
'cause I'm
foot.
only 2 feet. Yeah, 2
So
foot.
you are above his knee, but you're probably just lower than his waist. Yeah.
Yeah.
So tiny.
But, they make most furniture when you don't know what sort of humanoids you're going to be getting in to kind of be a little bit on the tougher side. So he carefully kind of lowers himself down onto a nearby chair. Please, don't want to keep you standing for much longer. You've had a very busy time from what I understand of your business. So, you preferred chit-chat before business or business and then chit-chat?
It depends who you're asking. I've got an inclination towards business, but
Why don't you tell us about yourself first, Perry? Where do you come from? What do you like? Is there anything we can do for you?
Well, my name's Perryville Grim. I am the owner and principal executive at, and he pulls out a card, which, if I can find it, I have a handout for you. Yes. The issues of trying to find anything in my many, many, many magical items.
Oh, what day is this? Is this still Weird's Day, the 18th?
Oh, no, it'll have gone on a week.
It's the next, yeah.
Calendar advance date. Well, technically, it's probably like 6 days in rather than 5 or something, but yes, I'll technically I'll skip forward 7 days so we're up to date on the calendar. One.
Yeah, just like always having it
two,
in my notes. So
So it was the 18th previously, wasn't it? I'll just
yeah, it
manually
was
set
weird
to
stay the
the
18th of
25th.
winter wane. Ooh.
And he hands my association, Graham and Associates. He hands the card over to whoever is nearest.
I think we already had one, so I've got one, I guess.
You wouldn't have had a calling card from him.
I thought we got one from somebody. Like
We got
Arcadia.
one. Yeah, from
We either
everything.
got one or
No, everything could have
saw-
not given you one. He could have said something about someone, but he didn't. He could
No,
not
we
have given
definitely.
you this card.
You showed this on the screen and gave this to us.
I did. I showed you on the screen. I didn't give you this because you cannot. It literally says in the description it needs to be given by the person.
I think he just showed it to us.
Yeah, I showed it to you.
Ah, okay. Confusion set in.
So he hands that card to who?
I'll take it.
Okay, add it to your character sheet. Calling card from Grim and Associates. And yes, I spent way too much time designing the calling card of my fantasy rhino law firm. So there you go.
This is gonna be EE's calling our business later.
Yeah, totally. Now I just need to be a rhino.
I don't know if you want Grim to be in your title of your
And
business.
that's pretty cool. So, my firm is mostly a law firm that represents people, mostly those who are underdogs, those who are lacking in support or reputation, or, other aspects that make them less likely to be the favorite. And as I understand it, you of course were with the Chosen Knights until recently and not my usual clientele. Now, however, I am much more interested in your body. So, my firm mostly deals with legal matters, but also we have people working on reputation, and we have a number of contracts with certain fixers and private investigators and so forth. We have extensive skills and history of doing background research on certain characters. We've worked with a number of people, and you might be familiar having been with the Chosen Knights. I did in fact represent Henry Harper at one stage before he joined. You might also have heard of Thunder and Smiting, and a couple of other groups that I have had the fortune to talk to at stages and help along the way. You've probably also heard of a number of other individuals that I'm not at liberty to talk about so freely.
What exactly do you do for them? Of a law firm, you represent underdogs, but what benefit is that?
Well, principally a law firm, but like I said, we have people who specialize in professional talent management, along with an extensive number of people who work in investigative services and reputation management, along with pretty close association with a number of international and transnational groups who are good at finding people and things. If you want, he will spend 5 minutes talking about his firm, at which point you will learn most of the abilities should you retain his services. Should you retain the services of Grown Associates, you will effectively have a downtime action per week taken by the NPC known as Grim and Associates. Not him directly, but Grim and Associates. They have pretty decent stats. They would cost, and these costs need to be rebalanced, so initially the costs will be 80 gold per week, minimum 8 weeks retainer. They will not do illegal jobs, purely financial gain jobs, disconnected from the party's status, so you can't have them go do pit fighting or something. They won't do combat jobs or jobs that threaten their safety, so you can't have Grim Associates go do jobs that are dangerous. You do not need to pay for travel for them or lifestyle costs, because they are professional services and they have offices everywhere. And as a group, they can roll a single ability check during a downtime action with advantage if you decide to pay the weekly cost again, because they can put extra people on the case. And they have a few particularly good abilities. I will show you the first 3.
Ooh. Okay.
If you wish to know any more, you might have to do your own actual investigation.
Trading favors. At the end of each work week, you may choose a market and move 1 point of endorsement to a market with a lower value. Respected. Lobbying and leveraging. When taking the lobbying and leveraging downtime action, you may ignore the requirement that you have more than half the maximum endorsement metric in the current market. And liability cover, which is fan meat, decreases the severity of any security issue by 5. This is definitely a Skith parent thing to me.
Yeah, his group basically specializes in the social capital, kind of moving that around, etc., along with maybe 1 or 2 other abilities that haven't been mentioned, but very much fit with the gist and the kind of flavor he has told you already. And we have extensive skills at doing background checks on people. For instance, I have, of course, done my due diligence and done background checks on each of you. Which is why we are talking here today.
Ooh, what does my background check say?
That you are up until about a year ago, a lovely and friendly individual who was maybe a little bit shy and overly focused, staying at home and talked to a number of people, but didn't travel far. Didn't have a lot of friends, but those friends you did have, you were particularly close to. A long-term rivalry with the now mayor of Oleona, and somewhat of a talent for a little bit of mischief. Recently, a little bit different.
Arena looks at Skith, and Perrin is like,
Oh, he's good.
Well, thank you.
this is not her forte.
Must have talked to Miranda Doc.
I'm aware of Miss Doc, and she is a very respectable individual.
So is it celebrity downtime actions they'll do in particular, or is it any downtime actions as long as they go within
They'll
the
do
rules?
others, provided they are still kind of relevant. Yeah. For
Okay.
instance, like they mentioned the lobbying and leveraging there. That's actually from Acquisitions Incorporated.
Hmm.
Actually, no, that one isn't. It's scrutineering that's Acquisition Incorporated. My bad. But yeah, they will do it. Like, scrutineering is another one that potentially his law firm will be quite good at.
Well, if Arathane recommends you, then I'm sure fostering a relationship will be worthwhile.
I appreciate that. You don't need to decide now. You have my calling card. You may merely use it as a one-time send stone, which I'm sure you're familiar with. You can take your time to think about it.
Well, we will be going into business soon. We are working on procuring a location right now. And so I'm sure we'll need assistance with that, especially if we are unable to staff the vendor ourselves.
That is, of course, something that my firm can help with. Certain licenses, requirements, and putting you in touch and finding people to look after the place.
The finer points of business management might not be particularly well known to us, so that would be valuable.
Of course. Now, the somewhat unusual part. Why should I take you on as clients?
Because we've got gold to pay you.
That is such a base reason. Do not worry, gold is still important. I do have people and bills to pay. But I have got to a stage now in my life where I do not merely need to pick clients based on gold. I did. Now I have other concerns.
Well, if you weren't already interested, you wouldn't be here.
Make a persuasion roll.
Yeah, do you know of any good locations for us?
A very
20.
astute observation. But I'm here out of interest. I'm not here because I fully made up my mind. In terms of good locations, I do not know what your business yet entails. But you have told me that it involves the proprietor of Arathane's Emporium.
Arathane said that they were going to do some scouting for us and see what they could come up with.
Well, when you feel like sharing more, and when we have a contractual relationship, I will be happy to help out. And trust me, I will be able to help out. But my interest has been piqued, as you so eloquently pointed out.
Well, Baron, I'm rather tired. You tell him how awesome we are.
So, you like an underdog? What sort of kind of underdog do you like?
Well, I've told you that I like an underdog. Let's see if you can persuade me that you are that underdog. I don't need to tell you how to fulfill my requirements. I expect you to either charm the pants off me, as I so understand about most of your group, indicating Skith and you, or convince me with your innocent and somewhat roguish exterior. He smiles at the gnome. Or if you have particular insights, something that I haven't heard, especially about your group. But if you do, feel free to figure out how best to pitch me, and I will be pleased with your pitch.
Well, if you like an underdog, you know where Arena was a year ago. I'm sure you know roughly where I was. And now you know where we are. We're moving up quick, and perhaps that means one day we won't be underdogs, but right now there are definitely people above us, and I'm not sure all of them are quite so happy about how quick we're rising.
I was barely making it out of towers, and most of my group was not returning with me a year ago.
I know. I have a list.
I didn't force them to come with me.
No, but there was at least one occasion where the people you offered money to forced others to come with. You might have not known it.
I'm not surprised.
If I might be so bold, I do understand that one of your weaknesses is you can occasionally be oblivious to the larger people and landscape around you on occasions. You make up for that in tenacity and an ability to fight well above your level. And as mentioned, the roguish charm that your group has become somewhat known for.
Sounds like you're trying to convince us that you're convincing yourself that we're worthwhile.
No, but I find it doesn't help if I outright just deliver a somewhat of what someone would say would be an insult to a prospective client without at least padding it with the compliment that it deserves.
Well, I can promise we will do our best to not kill any innocent people, and when we're around, we'll protect any establishments that you may have an interest in. I'm not sure what else you're looking for. I've got a lot of ideas, but that's about it. The creative side of the business I'm good at, but whenever I'm in charge of the money, I just seem to run out.
Yeah, don't give him any of your money.
I
Arena.
was planning to. I believe this relationship mostly involves you giving my firm money. Do not worry
you owe
about
me.
that.
You owe me 10 gold, Arena. That was rude.
We've
Oh,
each individually got our strengths and weaknesses. But I think we combine the strengths well. We cover each other's bases. It comes together.
yes, I understand that you do pretty well for yourselves as a group of three.
And one
But-
thing that unites us all is that before we ended up going on this particular adventure, we all suffered at the hands of power in some way or another. Lesser and greater degrees. And some of us may have had power before, but it was taken from us, whether deserved or not. And we had to struggle along against the odds that, in the end, most people do. Now we're coming along to the kind of level where we can give the people that harmed us at least a bloody nose. If that's the kind of underdog you're looking for, I think you'll get what you're hoping to find.
Do you know
do
how
not
much we
need to
suffered in the
persuade
Beast
me.
Isles?
You do not need to persuade me anymore. Got it what I was looking for. Each member of your party, in addition to your party yourselves, you are underdogs. You were a child out of a small farming village, I believe. Into Near-Earth, ran away from Near-Earth, and then a roving archaeologist. A looter of the past, some might say. Arena
Some would put her down as a mere shy girl in a village as a store clerk or a would-be apprentice. Not a bad trade, but not quite the norm for people who become at least level 9 as far as I can tell. And someone whose own brother, by all understanding, has debunked the rest of the family, forced them to flee, and been on the run for 20 years. Now possibly making waves in a shared society. You are each underdogs, in addition, as you say, to your party. That's the kind of insight I was looking for.
Pulls out from around his neck a little pouch on a string. Opens the pouch, shakes out 2 little objects. Little dice. And they seem to be made of like solid metal, as far as you can tell, with a little weight that you catch them with. Marina, make an intelligence check. Not intelligence, but with your proficiency afterwards, but there's no actual check for it quite so easily. 20.
Ooh, natty 20.
Weight, you think they're probably one of the heavier metals, the way he catches them. Maybe gold or platinum or something like that. Little dice.
Not
just
a nat 20, but a 20.
Rolls them.
Oh yeah, not nat 20.
Puts them up. Puts them back in the bag. Anyone watching that, you can make perception rolls if you wish.
Sure.
Skith is 2-1 out.
Oh my god. I rolled
Marina
so
did not
bad.
quite catch what that was.
You got a 10?
I think she's just too excited. She's like, overflow.
Yeah, doing some. This feels like some weird Two-Face thing where he's like rolling dice to decide.
Perrin would just about notice that there was a strange symbol on the dice. It wasn't just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Dice.
One of the sides had some sort of symbol that was just more than a dot, but you didn't catch what it was. You saw like a slight glimmer, almost like there was something else on that side, like whether it was embedded stones of some kind, you don't know. But he
What
seems
is
happy with the
happening?
roll.
So low rolls.
If you wish, I'm predisposed to take you on as clients. I will retire to think about it. I make a point of never making a decision on the same day.
And at this point, there's a knock on the door.
Lord, room service! Come on in. That's okay.
They bring in a pot of tea, another pot of tea, another pot of tea. All of them have kind of like little wax seals on them with like bits of string and then parchment that kind of says, oh, this is this tea from here, this tea from there. There's a pot of coffee is brought in as well, and then like a selection of like 3 different baskets, one of like different types of biscuits, one of cupcakes, and then the last one is kind of miscellaneous cakes and pastries.
Oh, Arena's getting in on this. She's gonna make herself some tea. She's gonna shove food in her mouth. She's in.
And this is the part where I do naked bribery. Also, I'm a sucker for cupcakes.
He picks up a cupcake.
Unfortunately, I have to be off. I think we've covered all our bases. Let me know by the end of the week. You have my card. And unless something changes, I am willing to accept you as a client of Graham and Associates.
Tiny little cupcake. Really big right now.
Thank you for your visit.
Yes,
It was
thank
nice
you.
to meet you.
Marina.
What? So
I
good.
need help. Would you help feed me?
Okay, which one do you want?
I can't reach the
This
table.
one's really good.
And she just shoves some like food in your mouth.
Ah. He can totally get up. He's just milking his lounging time for all it's worth.
Arena's oblivious. She'll help you.
Oh. You wish to talk, or do you want to end the scene there and have some time?
Once
Well,
he's
I
gone,
like him.
It's a compelling pitch. Worth shopping
I
around,
like
mind.
him.
Could be that other alternatives are cheaper for the same services or something.
Well, if Erthane suggested him, it must be a good choice, but
True.
it was funny how he said he needed convincing he wouldn't have come here if he wasn't interested, like I said. But it's fine. I guess getting an in-person interview is better than just hearing details through the grapevines.
If we interview more people, will we get more cupcakes?
Bribery of this sort is probably part of the business.
I'm interested in finding out if this is the only one.
Well, if all the cupcakes are that delicious, we should carry them on us at all times, and we should bribe everyone with them. Just like our old friend Thinry used to give pies out. Oh, that may be too soon.
Arena looks sad. Sad.
Well, we can shop around, see what we get, and whenever we have any meetings, we'll leave some room for cupcakes.
Also, he did say that he used to represent Thinry. Probably best not to bring him up while he's
Probably
around.
not.
I was willing to advertise it, but yes, we probably shouldn't talk
If he's
about
used
it.
to
only-
representing underdogs, how many do you think have died in his care?
Well, his assistance
care,
doesn't
but I'm-
extend to missions, it's everything else. I suppose if people die, it's just an unfortunate business expense.
Yes,
for him.
yes. Yes, it's nothing of consequence, just curiosity. I'm just wondering how many clients have just died.
We probably
Well, we
don't
could
want
look
to
into
know.
the history of Grimm and Associates. See if anyone else knows any information.
Bend it down,
Probably
dimension.
something they're used to.
Part of the business.
So,
That reminds me, we've heard of Thunder and Smiting before, haven't we?
yeah, you fought them.
Oh,
Yeah.
that was who it was. Right. I know that they've come up before, but I couldn't remember how.
I
Was
believe
that
it
when
was
the
right
arena?
before Skith joined. It's when Arena went straight down to Blablin. And then Perrin soloed half the team because Perrin.
Yeah,
I took out
that's
Blablin.
why-
It was a point of pride. And then at the end, I
Y'all
think.
hurt Blablin?
Yeah.
Wow.
It
No
was
wonder
an-
he's
Came
so
down
mean
to
to
I think it
y'all.
was like Paladin versus Paladin
No,
at the
this
end.
was after all the mean things that he did.
And it was a fight in the
This
arena.
was an
We were
arena
meant
fight.
We were meant to kill each other.
Yeah.
Well, no, you weren't meant to kill each other. You were meant to put you unconscious. It was
Yeah.
consciousness, I
Yeah.
think, rules. And then
Yeah, I think,
people
like-
were stabilized and you were meant to leave them alone.
And it ended with their paladin surviving but conceding to me because I was doing much better than they were.
And their paladin was like pretty wrecked by the fact that they had been mobbed by Corvidbot and everyone else.
Yep. It was a good
And
fight.
their paladin actually did use Fine Steed, I believe, and then invisibility on themselves, which duplicated their steed, which is why you got surprised by the paladin.
Ah.
Oh, right. We're going to send in.
Yeah, you're gonna do Stargates with your Malp today. Your Malp being.
I forgot to talk about
Yep.
that.
Yep. No,
We're
I
gonna
haven't
buff up
forgotten.
Perrin's
It's caused
horse
me
and-
no end of worry about the fact that there's gonna be a lot of improvising what the hell you were doing today. So, because you're going to get another pitch shortly, but it's going to be a little bit of time, like a day or two, you're technically going to be in your next week of downtime actions, but you won't have really done much downtime action. So I just want to check, what lifestyle are you each doing? And I know that you were talking about going aristocratic at least for the week because it gives you a buff to your recovery roll if you go for the relaxation downtime skiff. So what kind of
buff me if
I'll
that
stay
helps.
modest.
Yeah, I think
Relax.
me and Arena staying modest, and we'll bump up Skith. I don't know if we're gonna go to the top one because that's like quadruple or whatever.
70 gold.
Yeah,
A day?
70 gold is a lot, and it's like
A week. 10 a day
Oh.
minimum. That's the minimum.
Holy crap.
Whereas wealthy is 28 gold in a week. So I'm like, I feel like wealthy should be fine, and it's way cheaper.
Okay.
It's 4 gold a
Okay.
day instead of 10.
In which case, please use the new banking app thing. Make sure you've got your tokens selected. And let's see if it works. And select PC to GM, because that way you're sending the money to the world, paying stuff.
Wait, so how does this work? Am I doing all of it?
Are
Go
you
for
paying
it.
for everyone?
Can I pay out of the party thing?
Yep, in which case you need to select the party token on the map.
And that's next to
And
me.
if you're paying for everyone, it's 28 plus 28 plus 70, so 116.
Wait, is it? Hang on, what? That's not.
28 plus 28 plus 70? Oh, no, you're not. Sorry, you're not doing wealthy.
We're
You're
doing
doing modest. What's
two modest and a wealthy, so it's.
What's your modest?
So it's 42 gold overall. A modest is 1 GP a day. Wealthy is 4 GP a day.
We're doing for the week.
Oh, he's
for
doing
week
wealthy,
2.
not aristocratic.
Yes.
I was thinking
Right,
just like
okay.
yeah, because
Yeah,
what's
in
the
which case, yeah.
bonuses for recovery? Is it wealthy is +3 on the roll or something? And
Yeah, and aristocrat's plus 5. If I
yeah.
recall correctly. I'll need to pull the actual thing up.
It's like it's 2.5 times the cost for 2 extra on the roll, but
Everyone's got a banking app now. Even Dragon Punch.
Yeah. Okay, so if you use the banking app, select the Dragon Punch token before you do so.
Yep, I did
And
it.
then, there you go, hit to GM.
To GM. And then if I just do 42 GP.
Yep.
Transaction reason, name, beds. I think it worked.
Yep. Although it hasn't notified me, so I need to program that in. But yes, you sent money through to undefined because it is currently broken in the name, but it did work.
I think Oh,
Beds.
it converted. It converted a bunch of stuff to platinum at the same time.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Remember,
But then it
it always
dropped it
pushed everything up.
down to GP2. See?
Yeah, it pushes everything up to the most efficient form of coin storage.
Was it
It just
Platinum
did the
piece 100
conversion
G?
at the same time
No,
as it did the
10.
payment, and it confused me. I'm like,
10.
why did our platinum go up 80? What happened? But it's because it converted the gold.
Yeah.
I should maybe make it do the conversions, then write back so that it's done the conversion. Anyway, yeah. So it has paid for it. You are now in wealthy Skith, which means that you can't be at that place anymore. So you are now in a fancier place, presumably not too far away. It is wealthy, so it is equivalent of what a very low-ranking kind of lowly noble versus like a very high-end or high-ish end yeoman, kind of like a tradesman would have, but a tradesman who maybe owns a few different businesses and has like, you know, something along the lines of, I'm thinking American post-war independence kind of manor house type thing, but a little bit smaller than manor house. Like you have a study and you have a sitting room and so on, and they are yours, but they are part of a larger complex, or they are a very small townhouse squidged between others. So,
Ooh, cool. It's like an Airbnb type of thing. Like,
kind of, yeah.
like, when Arena visits Skith, she will be wearing her fine clothing then.
Okay. So, would you like to either have got like a tiny little townhouse that's kind of squished, or would you like to have kind of, you know, a big-ish apartment for the week? Which you prefer? Like, it would be kind of like probably
Townhouse.
townhouse. Okay, in which case you have a townhouse. So there is a knock on the door one evening when you're being visited by your friends, because it would be really awkward if the person has to sit around and wait for them to arrive.
I'll open the door.
You are
Dressed in a
greeted
robe.
by a halfling. It's about 3 foot tall. She's probably kind of like 50s-ish. Sleek black hair that's kind of cut into a kind of fade over one side. Very chic kind of clothing in kind of dark colors with a kind of satiny finish. And I will send you a picture.
Ooh.
Oh, darling, you must be scared. I've been so looking forward to seeing you. No, I can come in, yes? I am here to talk to you about possibly being your media manager and agent.
Baron, someone's here for you.
You finally nominated him to be the leader?
Oh no, we have divvied up our tasks according to what we are best at.
Is your doorman.
Oh yes, he excels at such tasks.
I know many adventuring parties that have a problem with doors.
If he can't get through it, he'll just break it down.
I've heard that about him.
But yes, come on in. Come on
walk in to the to like the hall.
Okay.
You must be here to pitch to us.
Darling, it is not so much a pitch to you, so much as a possibility of reinvention.
Right.
Dragon Punch! You have been so out of the media eye, and you have so much potential. I am Francesca Globrand of Globrand PR.
It's true
It's
we've
me,
been a
it's just
little
me.
out of the public eye, at least early on.
You have a very low profile. And yet, with a face like that, and she can't reach your face, so instead she kind of just taps on your sternum quite high up because she's a halfling. We could do things. We could have recordings, plays, even portraits. Dragon Punch. Oh, and of course, with, as I understand it, Arena's ability to play musical instruments, we could have the bards singing songs about you. I believe the only one you have mentioned so far is a tiny little mention of the, what was it, the Heroes of the North or something in a song by the Chosen Knights. You could do so much better than that, darling.
We've gone through a rebrand. It's multiple rebrands.
This is your problem. You now have a brand. You should push it, market it. There are so many people who want to know about Dragon Punch. Did you punch a dragon? How many? How many times? Did you survive? Well, yes, obviously. Dragon Punch.
We helped clear zombies out of near death as well. They were overrunning the
A public
city.
service. People eat this up. You could have so many things, darling.
We saved the Church of the Raven Queen.
You saved the Church of the Raven Queen. It is a smaller church, but we can make it work.
Parents thinking.
Well, if
I'm
you
pretty
have
sure
a
the
bigger church in trouble, I'll save that one as well.
Excellent. We can maybe get you going on a tour, some of the more dangerous areas. Oh, I can see it everywhere, darling. You will be fantastic. You need to lose the capes. There are too many capes here for my
Get
liking.
out. I will not lose my cape.
We can discuss it later. Anyway.
My cape is important for combat. It prevents me from being ganged up on by packs of wolves and things like that.
It is a cape. You can grab it, get strangled by it, get it pulled down, get it trapped in vents. It is a terrible idea. But to each their own.
It's all worth it just to look a little more fashionable.
And there we go. You have a je ne sais quoi that I think would be better served by actually having your name known by people, because right now nobody knows about you, darlings. You are very much out of the public eye, but you are following in the footsteps of the chosen knights. You had a relationship of kind with Sir Garland, and now you go alone, you break free, you take your own destiny. Darling, come on, you can make a thing of this.
I'm not sure how I would feel about having my face painted on the sides of buildings and things like that.
Just wear your
no,
mask
no.
then, Karen.
It's not about having your face painted on the side of buildings. Think about what it will invoke in the people who see it. They will know they are being protected. They will know that you are looking after them, that you are out there slaying the beasts that would threaten them and kill them. And they would have a role model to look up to. You wouldn't want them looking up to, say, let's say, other less reputable heroes. It could be you, or it could be, some other schmo.
Well, if I had some free time, I do like the idea of a play. I haven't performed in quite a long time.
There we go. And that is good. This is perfect. That is branding. That is getting us in public. That is making them more aware of Dragon Punch.
I imagine we've moved through to like a sitting room where everyone is gathered. And
You've probably
we're
got
sitting
like
there.
a little room for a receiving room for receiving people.
I would like to make enough money where I could have a wall completely made of cupcakes.
A wall made of cupcakes. You could do that.
I like this one.
Let's
A wall made of fish.
talk about
Fish. It's meant to be smelly, but
let's talk about some things more concrete. What kind of services do you specialize in particular?
I used to be a journalist before going it alone, and now I specialize in PR and image management. I am more than just a stylist. I am a image guru. I manage your relationship with the media and make you much more, let's say, personable to the average citizen. Because right now, nobody really knows who you are.
Do you have a team? Headquarters?
Oh, darling, I do not
multiple
need a team.
locations?
I would be working with you as one of my very select few clients. Every week, I would be able to do an action for you. Do you want me to give you the details?
What's your regional coverage then? Are you limited to Vihiras?
I am not limited. I came here especially for you. But I do need my travel expenses paid for if you do wish to move me around to cover Dragon Punch.
do you have influence in one area more than another?
Oh, of course, darling. I specialize in anything to do with your name and reputation. anything to make you more popular. I talk to the media, I commission bards, I've worked with many musicians. I, in fact, used to represent Bardalicious before they all died in near-death. So I have an opening. If you remember correctly, when the roll call was done about all the adventuring parties, they were singled out as a party that died.
Oops.
I thought they were part of the party that helped with the when the town crier yelled out.
Yeah, they helped,
And
but
then
they
they
helped and were
died.
dead.
Yeah, and then they died.
It was singled out as a group that, like, were really helpful and did everything for near death, yay! But also they died. Yeah.
Perhaps they should have put more thought into their party composition.
They were very good at what they did, but they probably shouldn't have been fighting husk zombies. Now you, on the other hand, very successful. Did very well. Public service, helping to defeat the pandemic of husk zombies. This is an image we can work with.
Would this be in addition to other hires or an exclusive
I
contract?
prefer to be the only one. If you would be trying to obtain my services as well, there would be an increased cost. Because I benefit from working with select talent and making sure those talent are well cared for. I do not like to have my talent divided between multiple different people competing. But you have so much talent, darling. Look at those scales. Ah,
Just shine them.
of course. I thought they would just naturally be this way. And Arena, your hair. Oh,
I thought I wasn't here.
oh no, everyone's here in the house.
Oh,
Everyone
that's why I
was
wasn't
visiting.
partaking because I was planning on crafting as my downtime.
No. This is during the bits of downtime when everyone is like checking on each other in the evenings and stuff.
Oh, okay. I would have
you're
definitely
good.
partaken more had I known that I was actually
Feel free.
here.
Arena
Sorry.
gets.
Please
just
let me
comes
know
in.
if I'm actually in the scene.
Arena just like opens the door and like Arena's getting in late from a late night of crafting. And she's, you are with parent elsewhere, but you're stopping by Skiffs for, an evening catch up. This is why you're running late. You've been crafting extra late.
Okay, well, she's lying to me because my hair is a hot mess all the time. But I like the
No,
flattery.
darling, that is why. Your hair is a hot mess because it shows that you are more than just a facade. You are an individual of means and power, and you do stuff. You are dynamic. You are a doer, are you not, Arena? You create. You are part of a party who takes on big threats.
Kind of nods.
It is a new kind of chic. Or we can work with it.
I don't know if I would call it chic, but sure.
There you go. So, any questions? Do you wish me to give you my 5-minute pitch in which you then work out some of my stats?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. She is an individual. She would be effectively working for you most of the time. Every week you give her an order, blah, 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 blah. She costs 60 gold plus costs. You don't have to pay for her upkeep, but you do have to pay to move her around. It costs 10 GP times the size of the market she moves to move her between regions. She won't do illegal jobs other than invasion of privacy. Purely financial gain jobs disconnected from the party status. Combat jobs are jobs that threaten her safety beyond that faced by a reporter. She will do invasion of privacy.
Okay.
She is much more skewed towards being a face and front. And again, 3 of her abilities.
Ooh. Advertorial. At the end of each work week, you may choose market to spend 1 licensing in to increase your fame, thereby 1. Fashion show. Ooh, very skith. Product pitch. When taking the product pitch, downtime action. If you would gain licensing as a result, you may forego up to half the amount of gain that, half the amount to gain that in fame instead. You may not do this if you are pitching a cape. No capes. Festival release, which is a commission bards. You may choose to enroll or re-roll all of the dice rolled to determine fame gained during the commission bards downtime action. So it's very much if we want songs and fashion and adverts.
I want to convert licensing.
I feel like that is
into
what you
fame.
want. What?
Says no capes, I'm out.
I thought you were gonna kick her out right there. Like you should have. That would have been funny.
I told her to, but then she started kissing my ass again. So
You're like, oh, my weakness. Compliments.
exactly.
What were her ongoing
Yes,
costs?
tell me more about myself.
60 gold plus if you move her between regions.
Okay.
She's totally not inspired by another character. No.
No, not at all.
I think it's
So,
all that time we're
Alan's.
fighting near vents.
Here is my card. Who would like my card?
Shall I take it?
Parents, the collector of
not a voice.
Take
cards.
the card.
There you go. Make sure you note down you have a calling card for Francesca Globrand.
You're going to type that one.
Francesca
Yeah, I need that for
Globrand.
my notes.
Okay, let me.
Francesca
Okay.
Globrand.
The first time he said it, there would sound like there were a lot of extra syllables in there.
Of course, because I was saying it in character. How do I do my posty thing? My player. Sod it. There you go. I need to get my thing to make it look pretty. I think I've made that for players and then never did it myself.
I just wrote halfling lady, and now I can actually give her a name. Oh yeah, that is much less complicated than it sounded when you said it.
But before I go, I got you something special. And with that, she pulls out, what is it? A little satchel bag. And then stretches it and puts it horizontally. And then pulls out what is a big flat rectangular box. It's probably about
As big as
almost
Arena.
2 foot across. Yeah, it's almost as big as Arena.
A little smaller.
And pulls it straight onto the coffee table. Enjoy. And with that,
Arena rubs her hands and
she
just to open it.
moves her hand and puff of pink smoke and a little bit of glitter. In front of you, you have a very large, very fresh pizza in a box. And the box does say, you know, it's in Draconic, which Irina can't read, but Skith and Perrin recognize that it is from... Skith might know it. Skith, make me a roll. Latin.
Good dog.
Arena's gonna shovel a slice of pizza in her mouth. She's like, this is the
19.
best thing ever. We should just keep meeting more people.
Yeah. So the name of the pizza parlor is the Dwarf and Dragon. And you recognize this place because it is a pizza place that is popular with the denizens of Arcanth University. It lies just over, technically inside of the Dekan Makana League, but is one of the better pizza places that most of the students go to. The more wealthy students, because it's a pretty good pizza place.
How did she get this?
Did she bring
I
us
don't think
a
Arena's
pizza
ever had
from-
pizza before. She's just like, this
Cheesy.
Did she bring us a pizza from the Aesir satrapy?
It feels like it is maybe only a couple of minutes out the oven. If that, yes.
If I stack the fish up high enough and then cone of cold it, I could maybe make a refrigerator room, and also have a wall of fish. And then we could put that on the pizza.
Sure.
I'm just daydreaming.
Well, she definitely pulled a neat trick with this one. Perry will have some pizza.
I still like Perry better. He has a whole law firm of people that can help instead of just one individual.
I definitely do think I prefer Perry's approach to image. And everything, really.
Also, Perry's looks rather sturdy, and in a fight, I would much rather have... I know we won't be fighting with them around, but I would much rather have Perry have my back. Hypothetically.
I suppose in an emergency, it's not a bad idea. Globrand's cheaper, but I just really don't want to see my face
Get what you
painted on the
pay
side
for,
of the building.
Perrin. Like this house, for example, your well, let's just say this is much more comfortable than your bedding you're returning to.
Mhm.
You get what you pay for.
That's true.
I
Yes,
do
it is
appreciate
quite a
you
nice
putting me up
house.
for resting.
Just sitting on a chair nearby is this fellow. He has a piece of your pizza in his hand and he's eating it.
What?
Lightning bolt.
Someone just appeared?
Oh.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh.
Tabaxi.
Ooh. It's a kitty.
A little
Okay.
more scraggly than that, just like a little bit. There's a scar over one eye. The hair's a little patchy around that, but yes.
Okay,
And the
good to
robes
know.
are pretty familiar.
We turn around and there's just a tiger person
Yeah, I think
sat
we
there
all
eating
look.
pizza.
Just sitting down, like quite laid back and everything.
How did you
Sorry
get
for the
in here?
introduction like this, but I thought it important to be able to demonstrate what I could do for you. Not quite
You're an
as loud and
assassin.
brash. Not usually.
I'd assume more so spy, considering the timing.
That is just a hobby. But should you need such services, I guess so. It is really a very good pizza. You should have some when it's hot.
Do you
Oh yeah,
have...
that's true. I can't be surprised.
It's true. You're like, oh, he's here. And you turn around. You knew before you had to look. You knew he became visible. While you're wearing the helmet, I guess you might not be wearing the helmet all the time.
That's true. I'm probably not wearing the helmet here. Let's
Yeah.
just go with that. I like the idea of that she's just wearing the fine clothing.
Yeah,
I did specify that, so.
that's true. But Corvidbot, who's like probably just sitting in the like foyer, comes rushing in as this happens, knowing something, and is like, okay, not battle time.
So, do you have an organization?
I have a network of people. Particularly if you did want my services, it would be myself, but I have a network I work with and talk to and deal with.
What are they good at?
Trade. I believe you two have met some people I am acquainted with when you took a certain voyage. And I believe
Oh,
you,
He looks over at Skith.
many times have sailed on boats that I have worked with in the past.
All right. Well, I'm still alive, so that's good.
Perry. So, my name is Saban Mishmir, trade magnate. Contact and go between for certain privateers. Formerly out of Mast. Now, a citizen of the world.
Out of Mast?
I
Indeed.
think they're probably a smuggler.
Arena
Do I-
will say in both of their heads.
Do I know what Mast is?
Make a. You have navigator's tools, not cartographer's tools, right?
Navigator's tools, yes.
Make a flat int.
He has fancy navigator tools that I made him.
Does indeed.
Has his name on it.
Smuggler like Pietro?
Oh,
8. You've maybe heard the name somewhere in the Lemurian Empire.
Cool.
No, like a pirate.
Maybe somewhere near the ground tower or something, probably.
Remember when Pietro smuggled all that gunpowder into the Beast Eyes?
Yeah, something like that.
Does anyone else want to roll an int roll? For math?
Sure. Let's see if I know. I'm always down. 17.
So both Skith and Arena are
18
very
plus
aware of where Mast is.
Okay. Oh. Yeah, that
Maybe
makes
one more
sense.
time.
Arena's like researched all towers.
And if you mouse over, I will also print it to chat.
It literally says it there. Oh, is Mast the name
Yeah.
of the city that the Drowned Tower is in? Or next to?
It's the township surrounding Drowner's Bay and the Drowned Tower,
Ah.
formed mostly from beached and gutted vessels, some from as long ago as the Exodus from the Ursuline during the Cataclysm, and many more since. There's a lot more lore there, but interesting.
Oh. My business was mainly out of Mast until a certain empress walked into town. And the business became more mobile. And so, I now specialize in the mobility of trade around the globe. Being able to move things, move people, and contacts. And also said moving of things and people under the radar sometimes does mean certain unsavory elements can be contacted if you wish. For instance, if you need to quickly get to somewhere far away from the Ashir satrapy, or if you need to go to a very strange, very frozen place up in the north. Such things are bread and butter for my associates that I work with on a daily basis.
Is that all you offer? Transport?
No. I offer many things. I, for instance, can help make you more profitable. And I can do a number of things, such as talking to people, getting people to want to help you put forward your ideas and make you... I am not good at this. Let us just say then, without beating around the bush, I have worked for a long time with buying and selling things from ships that got them elsewhere. After I became displaced, I got very good at being able to move, sell, buy, store, and do so clandestinely.
Ah,
And I
like
have a
some
lot of
sort of
people.
black market.
I like to think of it more as a market for things not readily available. But yes, I know that you have all dealt with Skinface here in the Rast, for instance. He is someone I have dealt with on many occasions, and one of the reasons I find myself potentially thinking of you as someone I could work with.
Have you seen any dragon orbs lately?
What an interesting question. A very interesting question. Well, that information is very costly. Have you?
That
Marina just
information is
shovels more
also
pizza
very
in her mouth.
costly.
I like you.
And like you see the cat tongue come out and kind of lick the fur around the mouth, like you see with like cats when they're like they've just eaten something and they're like nom, 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 nom.
Aw.
We're looking for an agent.
Yes.
I'm sure there are times when services like yours could be valuable to us, but it also seems like there's many areas that your kind of business won't touch that we also
Oh,
need.
I can do many things. I'm a very charming individual.
And he goes from being a tabaxi to just being a resplendent gentleman in a very fine tuxedo. I can be a very respectful gentleman. I can put forward your requirements and be a proponent of your, let's say, interests to people of power. Yes?
I
And then
see.
becomes kind of very Jennifer Rabbit-esque sultry, but not necessarily in a very femme way. It's kind of a
I think
an
you mean
agender
Jessica
kind of way.
Rabbit. I don't know if Jennifer Rabbit is a thing.
Jessica Rabbit, sorry.
Yeah, it's Jessica Rabbit. Jennifer Rabbit.
Oh,
It's the knockoff brand of
I
Jessica
could
Rabbit.
also
That's the
appeal to you on a more
version.
base level.
Hmm.
Or I could simply push forward merchandise, mugs, capes.
Looks at the door.
Capes definitely they sell. Also, yours looks very good. And I have my fingers in a few pies. The market of things that people wish to get hold of that are not readily available. Let's call it the black market to save on words. I think you are right there. The black market is not only for those who look in the shadows. What happens if someone from the Lumerian Empire wishes to get hold of some of the clockwork trinkets from the Dekan Makan League? It is very difficult unless you know someone. Or the Ashir Satrapi wishes to get hold of pretty much anything from outside. Again, I have a lot of links to the Ashir Satrapi. Very closed nation, difficult to trade in and out of, get people in and out of.
We shouldn't hire this person, Perrin. We should invite them to be in our party.
Sadly, I have other interests. But, in flat, I will tell you a bit about myself in my...
Totally not 5-minute pitch. Expensive. 110 gold a week.
Ooh.
You don't need to pay for lifestyle or transportation. Pretty good stats. Pretty good at certain skills. And here are many of their abilities.
And what are there any actions he won't do, or is it just like anything you want?
Will not do.
You
Purely
get it.
financial gain jobs disconnected from the party's status and combat jobs.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, we'll happily do illegal jobs.
trade network. At the end of each work week, you may choose a market and move a point of licensing from it to any other market that shares a coastline. Resilient supply chain. Whenever you lose but not spend more than 3 points of licensing at once in a market, you gain 1 point of marketing in an adjacent market of your choice for every 3 full points of marketing you lost. Market influence, lobbying, and leveraging. When taking the lobbying and leveraging downtime action, instead of spending 2 endorsement or 100 GP per market size, you may instead choose a third option of 1 endorsement and 1 licensing per market size. Interesting.
Those are only the first 3 abilities of every one of them. So
Well, they all have more things.
they may or may not, but
Okay.
you may spend your downtime action for the week investigating them if you wish to know more about them.
Is it a downtime action to investigate each one, or is it investigate all of them?
I will say that, like, pick your order, and then if you do really, really well, I'll give you more information about each in turn. Or if you wish to just specialize in one, I can tell you if there's anything extra.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm not going to spend my downtime doing that. I'm going to craft. I have a lot of things to craft.
I'm least leaning towards Francesca and more towards the other 2 because she doesn't like capes and because I like the other 2 characters better because I like this one the best just because he's shady as hell.
He's shady as hell, but Arena would not be interested in him. And he didn't bring her any food. What the heck? No,
Finish the conversation yet. This is just to give you the stats.
So
All
far,
right.
He ate our food.
So far he's brought,
Yeah, he ate our
negative
food.
food.
Yeah.
We have less
Yeah.
food than before he arrived.
That is about me. I already know plenty about you. And I know plenty about them. So, I know you are very much someone who has a passion for little bits of food and things like that, yes.
Who's he looking at? Arena?
He looks at you, Arena.
Okay, because I'm like, Skith also likes food. We share this together. Arena
Oh, no.
nods.
Oh, not just a little bit. I like a lot of food.
Although,
I've been eating a lot lately.
Yes, we need to be careful not traveling, eating so much. We'll be rolling out of our beds across the floor.
Very well. So, let us say I could give you plenty of food, but you have plenty of food. I could give you the finer things, but you have a pretty fine place here already. I could give you whatever it is your starched and stiff-lipped paladin wants. Revenge against certain people. Instead, I will give you this. What is it you desire as a group?
For all the people in the world to be safe?
No, Arena.
That would certainly require a retainer first.
We need more power.
In which case, I will give you power. It's a little modicum of power. Power that you may want. Power that you might use, so looking at Arena. And power that you will probably feel uncomfortable about. He says, looking at Perrin. Here you go. He puts down just a manila envelope in front of you. It's a little damp. It smells kind of sea salt and like spiced tobacco. I had to get you something different. I was initially going to bring a whole load of cupcakes, but then I sold all the other cupcakes.
Marina will open up the envelope. She's excited. She's curious. She needs
I
to
will
know.
leave first. I do not want to spoil it.
One question.
She waits.
Why would we choose you over either of the other two that we've spoken with?
Oh, it's a smart question. You wish for me to get you dirt on them?
Make a persuasion roll.
$19 for 27.
Plus 5.
Well, okay.
Cool.
Flash of
Get it
genius.
to 30. She's always.
Yeah, anytime I can get something to 30, I'm like,
Okay.
in. Let's do it.
Put it this way. Grimm and Associates sometimes represent the worst of people. They even represented a vampire recently in the Kingdom of Keldwyn. Terrible people. Very terrible. And also, necromancers and people who've done despicable acts. Not kind. Dragon punches image. And Francesca is so superficial. She, quite frankly, does really not like capes. And I notice you have a thing for them. Also, our last group did die. Image is more important to her than Alan.
Again, he licks the very obvious canine teeth.
So, I will check back in. Or should I also give you a card?
We'll take the card.
Huh.
He hands you a piece of paper. It's just kind of a bit of parchment that just says Saban.
It just has his name on it.
Yeah, he's just written it now. Seemingly with his finger, you don't actually notice any ink. Like, until actually he hands you the parchment.
Presumably this is not a magical item that allows me to use sending to speak to him.
You will need to rip it in half. I will know.
Ah. Alright. Thank you for your time.
Has been interesting. Anyway,
Yes,
I need
yes.
to go make sure that I replaced Francesca's entire closet with capes. I bid you farewell.
He walks into the bathroom. Closes the door.
cool.
Marina will walk over to the bathroom and open the door.
There's no one in there. As far as you can see.
Where did he come from?
So that's how he does the smuggling through the toilets.
Maybe he turns into a fish.
Marina closes the door again.
You
and
betcha
then
not around me.
walks over back to the group and opens up the envelope. What's in the envelope?
It appears to be tax returns.
Hmm.
4.
Tax returns for...
Some by the name of Blablin.
Is he like doing sketchy business?
If you
Is that
wish
what-
to spend the
Yeah,
rest of
I'm
the
gonna-
evening just checking them out, making it roll.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at this.
Actually, investigation. It is investigation.
When Perrin sees it's for Blamble, he's like, aw. Hoping for better.
Oh my gosh,
Blablin
7.
is an
Who
upstanding
on the
citizen
dice?
and pays his taxes perfectly. Yeah, so Arena's like, oh, Blablin does everything. Blablin gives to charity. Blablin is such a good person. Skith goes through them and Blablin's like, no, Arena. That's not paying the taxes. That's him declaring income that he's fiddling his taxes. Like, he's not actually giving to charity there. he's under declaring his actual income by a quite large amount. Let's just say that you have a choice of these documents.
Interesting.
And with that, we'll go to break.
Whew.
As chat says, where did he come from? Where did he go? Where did he come from, furry crime bro?
Furry crime
I love
bro,
it.
go!
That's great.
Okay. We'll be back in about 8 minutes. Maybe the chat.
Wait, say it
Wait,
again. I muted
wait,
us already. We were.
wait,
I was
wait,
taking us
okay.
out.
I will put up a poll in the chat, and you can vote during the break on which person you would like to be an associate of Dragon Punch. So we'll see
And
what
that-
chat wants as well.
Yeah, that won't influence what we pick, but you can do it anyway.
Oh, no, hang on. It should not influence what you pick, but I want to know what chat would pick.
Yeah, what does the audience
Oh,
want
dear.
versus... Yeah.
Okay, to break.
To break!
Hi.
So, with that all said and done, would you like to have a talk between yourselves? Since we kind of cut as he left, would you like to talk now, or would you want to go to your downtime, maybe do some research, and then talk at the end of downtime?
I want to look into these guys a bit. In particular, I want to work out what this thing is about. Perry working with a vampire, in the Kelduin Kingdom. What's that about? What are vampires doing in the Kelduin Kingdom, being represented by agents?
Also, I don't know if we can fully trust the Tabaxi.
Oh,
Actually,
no,
I'll roll my
absolutely
insight
can't.
Trust any of them.
Let's see if Arena does, though.
Aerithane.
Yeah, she does.
Oh,
Okay, fine.
she's like, oh, kitty! Yeah!
Yeah.
Aerithane
Oh, no.
That's about
recommended
right.
Perry.
Out of character, you guys should be sus.
That's true. Everything vouches for Perry.
Yeah. But I like the
Strong
Tabaxi.
point in favor. Chat advocates for the Tabaxi. Chat was
That's
Very
how's the
heavily.
poll? I didn't see the
over.
poll.
It was a landslide. I think it was 19 votes.
79% were for the Tabaxi, and I think 21% was for Perry, and everyone ignored.
Yeah, the vote
Yeah,
split
I was shocked. Capes lady, no one, 0 votes.
the vote split was I
0
think
votes?
19-5-0.
1950. Yeah,
Holy crap.
Yeah.
it was a landslide.
It was like, no capes, you're out.
Thank you. How dare you talk about? Have you seen my cape, lady? Sparkles.
Yeah,
in
your
the-
cape is
like a
pretty cool. I
diamond.
don't think I have a cape. I think I'm the only
Uh,
capeless person.
You are. You don't have a
Yeah.
cape.
Yeah, I
It's
don't have a
weird.
cape.
It's
I was
almost
like,
I've been thinking about capes for. No, what am I talking about? Who knows? Anyway.
I mean, I'm potentially
We
in the
can get
market
you that
for magical
billowing cape.
capes, like the mantle wolf thing, whatever it's called. Mantle of the Winter Wolf is nice, but I could be sold on a better cape.
but she doesn't want capes.
The
And, yeah,
Tabaxi
that's-
loves
that's
capes.
why-
He's putting capes in her closet right now.
True.
That is pretty funny. Arena definitely laughed out loud at that because that's funny. It's like
Also-
mischievous but funny.
Later that day, since this is Skiffs and I guess none of you. Oh, Perrin, do you just walk around in your Mantle of the Winter Wolf, like even when you're not in armor, like in your downtime? Because it's a heavy fur cape, so I don't know if you do or not.
I don't think I'm just wearing it like with my pajamas or anything. Like if
Yeah,
the
but
armor.
you walk around in the day in your pajamas. I mean, like in the day when you're just doing stuff that's not adventuring and you're not in armor.
If I'm not in
Do you-
armor, I don't think I'm in the cloak.
Okay. So do any of you have like just a light travel cape to just keep the wind and the snow off in Vihira Ras? Just, part of your normal attire that you'd wear on a normal day-to-day basis?
Sure.
I did have winter gear, I thought. Or did we get rid of that?
No, that was actually incorrectly on the sheets because it was rented. Well, it was bought and then you could return it for money, and I think you all returned it
Oh,
afterwards.
okay.
But you had a
Cool, cool.
discount because you returned it with blood and stab wounds on it.
Then no,
Um,
I don't have a cloak at all.
If Perrin didn't have a cloak, he's gonna have one now, so that when he's walking around, he can have it wrapped around his left arm.
Sure. I thought that might be the case.
Mhm.
Aaron, after Saban leaves and you go to leave Skiffs so that you can go to yours for the night, your cape isn't hanging up where you left it.
Is the Mantle of the Winter Wolf still fine back at my my place?
Go back to yours and everything else is fine. It's just that cape, that cloak, isn't on the
so
hook.
He's playing the prank of filling the wardrobe with capes by stealing every cape that isn't nailed down and putting it in there.
Or just yours.
That may be just mine. But he's getting them somewhere.
It's a small enough expense that I'm not going to be like, you have to buy a new one or whatever. It's just part of your normal attire that you have. Your traveler's clothing, whatever it's called. So you're fine. Don't worry about that. But
I'm
just to say
unnaturally
side note.
attached to my cape.
Would have been very awkward if he'd stolen Skid's vestige cape.
Right
Yeah,
off
no,
my
that
back.
would be very, very awkward.
Yeah,
But
I
also-
put a hit out
yeah.
on him with all the rest of our gold.
But also, that cape isn't like a heavy fur cape, and also is a cape that, cloak that you can wear.
Is Skith
With
wearing
most things,
that cloak to
You could be
sleep?
wearing it all the time. if
I
you wanted.
never take it off.
You're like using it as a blankie.
Funny
I-
enough, it doesn't
Snuggling with
actually
it.
need washing.
Cradles
So-
me.
Yeah.
It's like my nightlight,
So,
literally.
Arena, you want to do crafting magical items?
Yes, and I would like to rewind to probably the first night where she at night attunes to the armor.
Ooh, okay.
And
So-
now you're dead.
You sit down with the armor, that kind of very faint shine to the matte black exterior that as you look into it, you notice that, like, there's no person reflected back. You can see kind of,
Am I
A
a
room.
vampire?
but there's no person. Maybe? But as you kind of sit there, you then don it and begin to attune to it. It does kind of fit. And not just kind of in a physical sense. As you begin to kind of think about it and focus on it, it's less like a natural fit where it kind of molds itself to your mind and fits into that attunement socket on your soul, so much as you can kind of feel it working with your mind, and you kind of push the little magical dials effectively, and as it adapts to the way of thinking and conforms, it seems to cling much tighter and closer. Not in a way that is overly obstruction. Like, there is no obstructive nature to this. This breastplate comes a little bit tighter at the sides, adjusts itself a little bit more, and then there's a very faint hum that then kind of goes into silence. And the little kind of openings, maybe like half an inch, a bit more than that, very faint kind of force comes out of them. You can feel it pushing your hand away. Little, very faint kind of yellow-orange glow. And suddenly feel very in tune with it, to the point where, more so than any other kind of armor you have worn, it feels very much like a second skin. I don't know if Arena has ever had an attunement armor, because her last armor, I don't know if it was attunement. I don't think it was. So, this is the first time
Yeah, I
Arena's
don't
actually
know.
been attuned to armor.
Yeah, I don't remember.
But this is not just, oh, it feels better than the last time I attuned to. This is a full-on going straight to a vestige attunement, and it becomes part of you. And you're suddenly very aware of being able to very much feel it on you, but also isn't inhibiting your ability to move, sense, and it feels very light for something that's made of adamantine.
Yeah, I think she kind of expresses some of these things probably to Pietro, who I'm with, and she's just like,
It feels so different than any armor I've ever worn before.
I don't really know what wearing armor is like, but that sounds really cool.
He says as he's strapping two braces of defense together to act as armor, because that's what Skith gave him.
Do you want my help with that?
and Arena will.
It's okay, because if it falls apart or I have to do anything with it at any stage, I probably should know how to put it back together.
All right.
But also, you do really look badass.
Do I?
And she kind of like spins around. We probably don't have a
Okay.
mirror because I'm in like a shitty place.
No, it's modest. It's not shitty. It's modest. So
Oh, okay.
it's decent. You'd still have a mirror. Yeah. So,
Okay,
sure.
she'll like look in the mirror.
Yeah, you look badass.
What are the? Should we share the abilities?
hmm We did, I think, a couple of weeks ago, but since that was a while back,
People keep asking, so I'm assuming maybe we didn't.
we did.
I thought we
briefly,
did.
though.
Yeah, the Raven Forge. Raven forged mantle.
Bright silver adamantine is now darkened, and unknown brassy alloy reinforced sections gleam under the wan orange glow of the energies powering it. Inside is the inscription, to carry the heart that cares so much where it is needed most. It's currently dormant. While dormant, it gives +1 AC while wearing the armor. While wearing this armor, any critical hit against you becomes a normal hit. And while wearing this armor, you have advantage on death saving throws.
You're hard to kill. Which feels very Raven Queenie-ish. Making you harder to slay.
So it gives me all 3 of these things, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay. While being worn, yes. So I think you've got it on your sheet already. If you just toggle it on, it should activate the AC boost and stuff. I think that puts your AC, provided you've got your new shield infused, at 21.
Yeah, I think you already have it.
Jeez.
Yeah.
And the great
Yeah.
thing about advantage on death saving throws is it means you've got solid odds of just waking up if you get knocked down and no one can help you. It's not a guarantee.
I just wanted to add the
but
other 2
it's
things
very
to
nice.
Okay. And what did you want to make during your week? Or
First
start
week.
on?
it. I'll probably work on what's the highest priority thing we have? Probably the grenades.
Yeah.
Because those I could work on pretty quickly.
I remember you talking about the grenades for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So
And then I have the Kalimba upgrade, and
the Kalimba
someone
and
else wanted something.
I've called it temporarily the Pyro Corvid Verger.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that.
Both of which, as part of your agreement with Arathane, he said effectively he'd help you to the point of you don't need to get a blueprint, and he'll effectively help you with that part so that you can just make it. You won't be able to make another one because you won't have a blueprint, but he'll allow you to skip that step, so you'll be able to make it
Ooh,
once.
let's do the Corvid Bat upgrade first, because I think that's a bigger deal.
So that is, you wish to take the Pyro Converger that you got ages ago and used a couple of times, but then, didn't really, because honestly, you probably do slightly more damage without it, especially now. And the bellowing, belching flame that comes out of it, you wish to, instead of having it be a thing that a person could use and repeatedly use to the point that it overheats, instead make it something that can be used maybe once a day by Corvidbot.
Yeah.
Okay, so Arathane will help you with the kind of the initial setup so that you don't need to worry about a blueprint. And then it is a uncommon item. Let me pull up the notes. Ooh. Magic item. Dragon Punch custom. And because you're using the Pyro Converger, and because you also quarter the price of any uncommon or common item as an artificer, that brings the price so low that I'm going to say the Pyro Converger acts as both the exotic component needed and also will fill the rest of the money requirements, so it will cost you nothing.
Ooh.
Because
Okay.
it'll use up the Pyro Converger to make it, but it'll
Yeah.
also cover all the costs, and it'll be the exotic component. And as an uncommon, it should take 2 weeks, but as an artificer, you half that down to a week. So in a week,
Doesn't it take a quarter? I take a quarter of the time.
you take a quarter of the money half the time, right?
Oh. I thought it was half the
Print it, let's
cost.
have a look.
A quarter of the time. We'll look it up again.
Sounds pretty awesome either way.
It should be on the sheet now, so if you just hit the print button, it should just come across.
Oh yeah, what was that called? Where did you have it on the sheet? What do you mean?
It's in your abilities section, because like any ability for an artificer, it should be on there because you should have got it on level up. It'll be wherever you got your level 10 abilities. I think it's level 10. It should be something like Artificer Expert or Artificer something. Can't remember what it's called.
Magic Adept? Is that
Wait,
it?
the one? Nope. Oh no, yeah, there it is. It takes a quarter of the time and costs you half as much usual gold.
Yeah. See, that's what I thought. I was like,
Okay,
I think it cost me half.
it will
the
take you
cost.
half a week, and the gold is halved, so it will still cost you a little bit of gold, but not much. Like, the cost comes down. I had it as 480. Let's say it costs you 80 gold is the remaining amount. So if you want to use the banking app and just send across 80 gold to GM,
I'll do it off my sheet, I think.
if you could just use the banking app in future, because that way it prints and I can check everything has gone across properly.
Yeah, I can use the thing, but I think I can use it off my sheet, right? The bank bot.
Oh yeah, if you've got your token selected, yeah.
And then I just do 2 PC.
2 GM, because if you're doing it to PC, that's a different player. That's for moving money to another
2
player.
GM, and then what do? I just put 80 GP.
80 GP.
Submit.
You should get a little message through saying you sent money to undefined, because apparently that's broken, but it does work.
I didn't get any message. But it did take the money.
Did you select your token before hitting the...
Yes,
No?
yes, I did. It did not post a message.
Okay, well, it did break the script, so I'm gonna have to turn the scripts back on, and I'll have to debug that later, but it did work, so...
I don't know.
Not sure why it broke for you there.
Neat.
But that is half your week, and you'll be able to make the Pyro COVID Verger, which is...
Oh no, it didn't take the money out of my sheet.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought would happen. Because if it's that,
I'll
you
just
broke it a very
manually
weird way.
do it. That's okay.
Yeah, next time try the thing again. It might be like a weird, like somehow it become deselected or something. Just make sure you select your token before using the button.
That's what I did. Yeah, that's what I did.
Before using the macro, or after using the macro before using the button.
I clicked my character, and then I hit the bank bot, and then I hit 2 PC, and the whole
Your
time my
camera
thing
died.
was selected. Yeah.
But you
I'll
hit
fix my-
to PC?
Yeah, that's what he said.
No, I
do.
said to
or to
GM.
GM. Sorry, that's whatever
PC's
the
for-
button that he told me to hit. I hit.
So it did get that far. It started working and then it didn't finish.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that takes you half the week. And there you go.
Did you capitalize GP?
It should still work. I haven't checked that though, but it should. It could be wrong. I haven't checked that actually.
I did not capitalize. I left it how it was on the thing and just changed the GP part to 80. I don't know, man.
It should just be 80 GP should work, but I'll look into that later. So there you go. You have a pirate COVID Verger, or whatever you want to
COVID
call it.
Verger.
COVID Verger.
I was hoping
Pirate
it could be like a
Arena
weapon
becomes a plague
blast
marine.
or something like that.
A weapon
Or
blast.
like a breath blast.
breath blast.
Yeah. Because it's
Okay.
Corvid Bot's
Breath
weapon. Or
breath
weapon.
blast. That is what it is called.
I'll add it to Corvid Bot's sheet as an action.
I like that it has the quote.
Yeah. Well, I don't fill that quote in. It's a good quote from the person who made it to do with it or the thing that is related to it or something. It's just there to, be filled in. So you've got half a week left, which for you is either another uncommon item or 2 uncommon consumables or a ridiculous amount of commons.
I'll do the grenades next.
Okay. So that will
But
get
I need
you
to
2
redo my
grenades
blueprint.
plus- I'll say that the blueprint is like partially done as part of this, rather than actually making the blueprint if you want.
Okay.
And we can count that you had some partial work kind of towards a grenade.
Yes, I had the 4 days.
We can count that as the making the grenades better time if you want. Kind of like the.
So I spent 4 full days doing that.
Yeah, that was before you had the ability though, so that would be worth half that time now. So let's just say that is you being like, actually, I can improve this. In which case, you get, because you massively decreased time, and I believe Arathane also gave you some air elemental essence to use for them. You get your Vez grenades. You have, I believe, 2 of them, because normally it takes a week, and so because you've got half a week and you do it in a quarter of the time, you instead make 2 in half a week. That will cost you 160 gold each. But you half it, so it's 80 gold each.
All right. I will
So-
remove 80 gold.
80 gold each, so it's 160 in total.
All right. Cool. 80 gold plus what?
It's 80 gold each, so 160 gold in total.
Oh, 160 gold. Okay. 80 gold each.
And you have 2 Vez grenades, which I believe I've made a consumable kind of thing on your sheet. Unless I haven't, in which case I would. No, I have. There you go. Vez grenades. And yes, it's updated to 2. So
Yeah,
there you
I
go.
put 2 on there.
It should be linked to your inventory as well, so it should automatically update the inventory. Yes, it has. Sweet.
No,
Every time you
I
use them from your
updated
sheet.
inventory. That's what I updated.
Okay, yeah, and that'll push through to the resources, and then also every time you use them, it will decrease your resources as well. So it should automatically kind of do that. And your
Cool.
grenades you had, you've kind of iterated and improved upon, and now they're a bit more compact. Not as large an explosion, but a much higher DC on the save. And can be thrown further. If you wish to introduce people to your new grenade, and if Bentham wishes to show them on the map screen.
I already did.
Oh,
Yeah, they're really cool
Fancy.
looking.
there we go.
The grenade
That
is
art,
cool.
by the way, is from bonus action. Good art.
And I imagine Corvid Spot's like breath is like when he like opens his mouth and he does like the little cone damage. That'll be cool.
That's
Like a
really
little
cool. Just a
thing
free,
with a little.
a free level 2
We can-
burning
we can-
hands every day is pretty snazzy.
You could be
Yeah.
twinsies and breathe on things at the same time.
It was worth keeping that pyro converter because we weren't thinking we were like we don't need it, and I was like, ooh, what if I craft something with it? I won't be able to do that until I'm higher level, but we've been holding on to that thing forever. And I think that would be my
15-foot
week, right?
4d6 fire damage on a failed deck save. It's nice.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yeah.
It also sets everything on fire in the area.
Everything that's not being held or whatever. Yeah.
Any
Everything
flammable
unattended, I
objects
think
in
is
the
done.
area that aren't being worn
Look,
or
Skith
carried.
is already gonna make everything fiery anyway, so I'm just joining in.
Instant forest fire.
Yep.
Just say the command word.
I was trying to be able to put the fires out, but we can't have a decanter of endless water in a tower because it's in its own. pulls
You
from
can
its
have a
own, like,
decanter of
dimension.
almost endless water, but you wouldn't be able to
Oh,
pull from
that's
another
the other
dimension.
thing that where
Yeah.
you wanted me to craft you something like that, some kind of water jug or.
I don't know if it's worth it
It's up to you.
because I can't use it in the tower how I thought, but
Oh, I see.
it might
Yeah,
be
you can't
better just to hold
empty
on to the
plane of
money.
water, but you can have one that is a lot of water. It just wouldn't be endless.
You can have a decanter of
Yeah.
endless water and then a decanter of, like I don't know what you'd call it, but you could fill.
Decanter of
from the
almost
en-
endless
yeah.
water.
Well, it wouldn't be.
Mhm.
It wouldn't be. It would. You'd have to fill it presumably. So you'd have the decanter of endless water. You would empty as much water into this other container as it could contain, and then you take that into the tower with you.
I don't want to carry that much
You just
water.
need
We
it.
got to make holy water still. Crap.
Mm.
That's happening over time because all it
We
takes
make-
is like a little bit of time and spell slots from Perrin. So after 2
Okay.
weeks, it will have been passively done in the background. So it'll be
Making
after the
some,
end of this week. There'll be 1 week left, and
We're
then
making some
that'll be
bathtub holy water.
All right, that's
Mhm.
that's my week. The
Okay.
grenades and the yeah.
So I think because Perrin is going to be doing more nebulous investigation, Skith, do you want to take the relaxation downtime to try and? Okay, I
I'm recovering.
think you are currently recovering for 2 weeks. So this week, if you want to do a recovery relaxation downtime, make me a. Ooh, this is a bit of a weird one because you won't be rolling off the sheet. So if you can pull up your player dice macro,
Yep.
it's effectively a death save. Do you have any bonuses to death saves?
Nope.
Not
Okay,
unless
so
I
I
spend
don't
the
think so.
entire week within 15 feet of him.
Yeah, you would have to spend the entire week
10
really
feet.
close to him. But you get a +3 from the wealthy lifestyle you have this week, so it'll be a d20 +3.
Just don't
Okay,
fail
D20
by
plus
like
3.
1 or 2, because I'll feel terrible for making you not go for.
Fail by 1 or 2,
Lifestyle.
then you have an excuse to go aristocratic in future.
That's too funny.
12. So, if you get a success, you reduce the remaining recovery period by 1 work week. And if you roll a nat 1 or a nat 20, things happen. But like, okay, so your 2-week requirement for recovery reduces to 1 week, and at the end of the week, it's done. So you recover a week early.
Oh.
And at the end of this downtime
awesome.
week, you are completely ready. You are back up, feeling more with it, and also more inspiring.
That's what we want. That's what we want right there.
Yeah.
We'll have to go somewhere where we need that. Well, just HP. But hey, the title, it
Yeah.
you know, it's gotta
Narratively,
help,
it's
right? Yeah, narratively.
For
Karen.
Skith, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
what do you wish to do with your downtime?
I want to look into this business about the vampire, and also see what little tidbits of info I can pick up about our potential agents.
Okay. Do you wish to effectively spread your kind of focus, or are you going specifically for Perry? And then if you get any really high rolls, I can give you extra information.
Excuse me.
But if you want to look into a specific thing, specific incident and background and why and who and how, that is a lot more focused.
Well, let's focus on Perry, because I don't think we're going for. I'm not going to say it in a mode. Globrand. I don't think we're going to go for them, and I think if I look into
A
Saban,
motto is glow your
then-
brand.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if we look into Saban, it's going to be like, yes, there are immense amounts of dirt because they are a criminal.
Glow your
and we know
brand.
this.
That's great.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, in which case, how do you want to do this? Because there are a number of ways to look into people. You could just do research, which would probably be more akin to like pulling case files. Bear in mind you aren't in the Kingdom of Kaeldwin, so you might have to travel, or you could just pull case files here and hope, but it'd be a lot less likely. You could... Let's have a look. You could do scrutineering, try and bend people's ear and get people to tell you stuff. You could do lobbying and leveraging, which is expending social capital to get people to do you favors or look into stuff. You could do that to kind of persuade someone. Again, you're in the Dead Cities. If you're really trying to find out something in the Kingdom of Kaeldwin, you would get a lot better service by traveling there. It's up to you if you want to or not. I think what else it could be.
I'm a fan of anything where the role I make is charisma based rather than intelligence based.
So not research. Scrutineering or lobbying and leveraging might well be what you want. Carousing is a bit too... It gets you disparate information rather than focused.
How's scrutineering work? Found lobbying and leveraging.
So just go to the compendium and type in scrutineering, or just scrut, and you'll see running a franchise, scrutineering, complications apparently shows up. You scoff at those who limit their intelligence gathering activities to mere research or sagery. The scrutineering activity covers basic research easily enough, but also expands to a much broader range of activities. You might engage, kidnap is such a harsh word, members of a rival group. Learn the secrets of a stronghold, known only those who build it. Assess an organization's business model to determine its weaknesses, or lay rightful claim to any information that might benefit you in some way. It's a bit more gray area getting information. Doesn't necessarily mean illegal, but it is more gray.
That's Perrin's favorite color.
Mm-hmm.
The shade.
So- Okay, and that's simply like learning lore from how well the roll goes. Lobbying and leveraging.
If you wish to travel for this, the DC, specifically for knowing that piece of lore, or not the DC because the DC is set, but the information you get for that piece of lore will be a lot more detailed if you go to the Kingdom of Keldwyn. If you wish to travel there by lightning rail, because I don't believe your teleportation circle necessarily takes you there. If you wish to travel there by lightning rail, it would cost you, I think it's 50 GP per major city, so it would cost you 100 GP to travel there.
And then another 100 back, or
100 back.
okay. Lightning rail comes to VRS.
Yep.
Ah,
Yep. We said that last week.
no, I forgot. I knew it went to all the Lumarian places. I wasn't sure about the rest of it. Seems like Scrutineering's the cheaper one. And lobbying and leveraging.
Scrutineering is probably more applicable here. Lobbying leveraging is normally
that one's
regional.
tougher.
So
I think Scrutineering's the way to go.
yeah, lobbying leveraging is also regional, but it does get you something done as opposed to just some information.
Okay,
So,
it would take a week. 100 GP per franchise rank. What's that mean?
It's if you're running a business, but it's applicable outside of businesses. You use your tier. Your tier is currently tier 3, I believe. I'll double check that.
Ooh, okay.
Information's normally better than what you would normally get in other things. Here,
100 GP per
adventurers.
franchise rank spent. Oh wait, was it saying 100 GP per franchise rank, and that is spent on bribes, materials, and other expenses? So we're looking at 500 gold for going there and back, and then doing the work.
200 gold to get there. 100 gold to get there. Yeah, so 500 gold in total. If you want to go there, you can use scrutineering without going there necessarily, but your information might be a little bit more vague.
This is expensive.
No, you're tier 2. No, you are tier 3. Level 11 is tier
Damn
3,
it.
sorry.
I could spend extra to get bonuses, but we're already spending so much. What do we think, guys? Should I spend 500 gold traveling to Keldwyn and digging into this guy?
If you're gonna do that, I don't know. I might want to get us access to some other stuff there too, so that I can research some things.
I think I'm
'Cause you
I'd
had-
be spending the week doing this, but I mean, I could stay there an extra week and do other stuff while I'm there, I guess.
It's true.
What is it you want doing?
It's up to you. I mean, I feel like it's kind of just like what our group wants the most, you know? It's like, do we want fame? Do we want I feel like the Tabaxi's more like, do we need help like smuggling or getting into places? Like that's more like
Also, he's very good for your merchandising score, which is money.
yeah. And then yeah, I think Perry would help maybe more with like the business stuff. I'm not sure. I still think the Tabaxi's probably the best, but a lot like alignment wise, maybe not. I mean, if it's
Yeah,
going to make you feel
I
better about
agree
not
with that.
picking Perry, 500 gold, it's a lot of money. That's what, how many, that's 4 weeks with the Tabaxi working for us worth of gold.
Mhm. It's
So-
It's not
it's a-
including the expenses for any action they take. If they take an action, you still have to pay for their action, though. Bear that in mind.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, we did.
So
We
really,
didn't need to do
it's up to
travel
you.
expenses for the Tabaxi, right? He was including. Yeah.
Neither for Perry or
Yeah, both of them, because Grimm Associates have offices everywhere, and the Tabaxi just seems to be able to just go places. almost like he has a network of ways to travel.
500 is
It's a
a lot
magical
to spend.
toilet.
Yeah, 500 is a lot to spend on
Reconnaissance.
deciding which guy to give our money to. When we might just be able to decide anyway.
If you want to do it without traveling, it would be 300 without any bonuses, and you'd still get some decent information. You don't know necessarily where the vampire was. If it was a case that was in the bit of Keldon near you, you'd get more information than if it was like over in Starthrone. Kingdom of Keldon's pretty big.
It's a lot of money that might not get us anywhere.
Okay. What do you want to do? I've got to press you.
I think I might just make potions this week.
Okay.
Potions would be handy.
If you wish to do so, you are able to make 1 potion a day.
Alright, then I will
You
make
can
7
mark off-
potions.
Basic potions of healing only, but yes. Mark off 7 of your ingredients, and how do you want to split them amongst the party?
How many potions does everyone have at the moment? I've got 1, I think.
Potions of healing.
1 that was given to me, I think, at the House of the Dead.
Do you have any in your health potion ring?
I have 1
No.
as well.
Yeah, you've all got them now on the resource tracker, and also Skiff's resource tracker tracks both as well.
Okay, I'll
Actually,
take...
Skiff has no healing potions.
I thought I have. Oh no,
No.
you're right. I'm looking at my damage, not healing potion. Sorry.
Yeah.
Do you have any in
I
your
have none.
In
ring?
that case, I'd say...
Is your ring
Nope.
empty?
In that case,
Nope.
2 for me, 2 for Arena, 3 for Skith.
I already have 1.
Yeah, we'll all be at 3
Skid
in
should
that
fill up
case.
his ring.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
And he
make
needs
another
3 to
7,
fill up his
so...
ring. Yeah, but if he needs 3 to fill up his ring, then give him 4, and I'll just take 1.
Alright, Skith gets 4, Arena gets 1, I'll get 2.
All right. 3 in the ring.
The ring.
1
Brings
on
them
the
all up.
sheet. Actually, just
And-
leave a health potion on my sheet and just tick it off when I'm.
Yeah, so the health potion bracket normal. Are you writing a new one on your sheet, or are you? No, don't write a new one. No, you've got it
oh,
already
kill
there.
it.
Don't.
Delete it. Kill it. The fire.
Yeah, you just change the amount, so you can put them out at 0 when you
Oh,
have 0.
Crap. I don't
Yeah.
know. You can fix it.
Okay.
Fix it already. Okay.
You've got at the top of your list in your inventory, health potion
Yeah.
brackets normal. You also have it in your resource tracker next to your charges and your staff
Oh.
and stuff.
Yeah.
That's so that you don't need to worry ever about like actually deleting the health potion thing. If you just change the number, it will change it all over the sheet. And when you use it, provided you tell it that you're using one from the inventory, it will automatically deduct it.
Gotcha.
Yours also asks you if you're using the contingency band or not when you roll it, and it will automatically remove it from the contingency band if you tell it. So,
Nice.
your macro took me ages to figure out because it's like a whole bunch of nested macros, but it is working.
Yeah, my sheet looks awesome.
You have a very full ring. Karen pumps out a whole load of potions. Okay, what do you want to do at the end of the week? People are expecting to hear back from you.
I think we'll meet and discuss, probably using the psychic crystal after our...
Bear in mind that the psychic crystal makes conversations quite slow because
Yeah.
it is... Arena
I
has
have
to
to-
ask, only that person can reply. Arena
Yeah.
then asks the other person, only that person can reply. Just bear in mind.
We can use our tent.
It's almost better to, open
Oh,
the
yeah, we
tent
can use the
inside of the
tent.
building. Make a tiny teepee tent. You know, like the
It's
inside
not
tents that people have
probably-
for kids? Like a
Mhm.
fort. Like a pillow
Mm.
fort.
You have got a
Mhm.
wealthy kind of lifestyle this week, so you do set up the tent inside, and you are able to have your little... If you want
Our
it to
tea
look
party.
like a pillow fort, it will take on the appearance of... It still looks like a tent, but the coloration, the patterns change. So it looks like a pattern of a pillow fort. It's still obviously
Sweet.
flat fabric, but there you go. And you're inside, and it's nice. Little burning torch in the center.
I'll take the sauce thing out so we can all just have snacks.
You've got your little condiment thing spinning, and it's ham
Thank
and butter
you.
and
All
butter
right.
sauce.
So I don't think Globrand is quite what we're looking for.
She doesn't like my cape.
And we want to look good for the people, but that's not the goal. The goal is to get work
But we
done.
could get bards to sing songs about us.
I mean, anyone
yes,
can commission bards.
That is true. More fame does mean more money, which more money means more power, but having a way to more directly go about things could be more beneficial.
So the question is, above board direct or decidedly below board direct? I did like a lot of Perry's proposals. Seems very professional.
And they brought
Has
so
a lot
much
of people
tea
working
and
for him.
snacks.
A lot of locations, so that wherever we end up, we've got someone to support. But I didn't like the sound of what Saban said about him. This talk of vampires.
But you know that Saban probably is going to say bad things about the others because he wants the job.
Well, I just think it's a matter of who can be the most useful to us, and I think when it comes to our future goals that the Tabaxi can probably be more helpful in the satrapy. It's going to be tricky getting anything that we can't find into the country once we're there, and sounds like this may be a way that we can go around that. I'm not sure of his methods, though.
That is more what I'm worried about. And everything did recommend Perry.
That is true.
That is also true. Which is odd. If Arathane is giving recommendations, I am not sure why it would be someone working with a vampire or such things. I guess that's something we can ask ourselves eventually. I'm happy to flip a coin.
I don't know if coins are the way we should make these kind of decisions, or indeed dice, as the case may be.
They were cool looking dice though. They looked like they were made of gold or platinum.
As much as I would be in favor of Perry, our enemies aren't playing by the rules. They're working in the shadows. Maybe it would be a good idea to have someone in there of our own.
They do say sometimes to keep your enemies close.
Also,
Well, it sounds like we've made our decision.
He knows Skinface, and I've been meaning to get in touch with him.
Yes, the skin face I keep hearing so much about.
I'm a little worried about working with them. Maybe we should have a different name they call us or something. But what if they give information about us to other people? They don't seem... well, unwilling to.
If they're willing to betray information about us to other clients, then maybe we can get something about his clients.
We just have to be careful what we say. And that's coming from me.
I don't know. Whatever you two think is the best. You outvote me all the time anyway.
But this is more your forte. I don't do the talking to people, and I just do make things. That's better for me if I stick to
I have
that.
ideas, but when it comes to managing them and fulfilling them, I am not always the most adept.
But if we're going to use them for trading and markets and buying things, I think you should be part of that conversation.
Well, I will do what I can to help. Well then, do we need to rip a card or do something special? Or are you still thinking on it, Baron?
I'm thinking... They're not playing by the book. But they're expecting that we will.
So?
Perrin pulls out the bit of parchment and
I wouldn't do that in here.
looks to the other two. I know, not in here.
I guess we'll just have to be careful if we're going to work with them.
We can always bring the contract to an end if we think it's no longer going to work.
Well, we'll have to read the contract very thoroughly then.
I think it's the kind of person that you don't want others knowing you're working with.
That is what I was thinking.
Well, I think he won't want anyone to know he's working with us either, so...
We'll have to try to hire our own bards if we want songs to be sung. I'm not one for too much glitz and glamour when it comes to that, but it would be nice to have some more income when we're up against an entire nation, it feels like, an entire house, when they have
like your
massive,
brewery
endless
idea.
resources.
And maybe if the brewery is successful, we can make it a chain.
Yes, that is a good point. Perhaps I should use some of our free time to actually figure out how to brew things.
Oh, I can help you.
Well, that would be lovely. Anything to hasten along the process. I've got several ideas. Plus, I'll need a taste tester. I've found that, well, it's the damnedest thing ever since I returned from the Beast Isle. Every time I have a drink, I can't seem to get that, the warm... Can't get drunk.
Oh, that's weird.
It could prove problematic if I'm formulating alcoholic beverages. You might need to test the strength of them.
Yeah, you might make something that will knock someone out.
That could be the dragon punch.
Oh, I like it.
There's value in this brewery idea, but don't get too caught up in it. Gotta keep our eyes on the prize.
Maybe
Well, Perrin,
if
once
they
all of
if
our...
they don't get knocked out, then they get the drink for free. Or have
That's a
fun.
wonderful branding idea, advertisement. But Perrin, once the day has ended and everything is said and done, and let's say we accomplish all of our goals and the world is at peace, where do you propose to settle down? Wouldn't it be nice to have some sort of nesting egg, so to say, to retire to?
I suppose what I do with my
Or
life
do you look at the
depends
future
on-
so pessimistically that you don't expect to make it out of the end?
I can't make plans about a future that hasn't been decided.
I understand that.
I think if
I
we
used to always think about the plans of my future, but now I think it's a bit hazy.
can get to a time when we can look back on our achievements with satisfaction that we did everything we set out to do, we'll already be in a pretty good position to work out the life that we want. If you want to get started
All I'm
earlier on a
saying-
brewery, then sure, that means you'll have a well-established brewery by the time you're ready for it. But in the meantime, it's got to be a money-making operation and a potential base of operations.
Well, of course, Perrin, but you need to learn to relax a little bit, or you'll drive yourself mad. There's always time for work, but you need to take care of yourself.
Ooh, maybe we make a drink called the Short Rest.
Oh, you're just full of ideas tonight.
I don't have a drinking problem, I promise you.
You're doing a
I
lot better
didn't-
these days.
Remember mentioning it.
She says, still having like 11 pints of ale in her bag of holding.
I do.
Which, because it's the bag of holding that you deconstructed, at some point you were like, and there was just ale going from one bag to another.
Yeah.
So that just stays good, like forever?
No, but it stays pretty
It won't go bad.
decent.
It's
Yeah.
like, no.
Well, it's
like-
not in air, it's in a vacuum inside the bag. Like,
Yeah.
it will eventually turn, but there isn't much air in it. It's just the air that, naturally gets mixed in with the water, so...
Hmm.
You're not introducing anything new to it, but it could just naturally...
Yeah. Especially when Arena then puts it between bag, like, that introduces a bit more air, but...
Because
Not
it's like,
much.
if you put fresh bread in a bag of holding, you could take it out and it would still be fresh, like, weeks later. But if you put bread that had begun to go moldy in a bag of holding, it might come out just a ball of mold.
Ew.
It also
Okay,
doesn't remain
maybe.
warm because they still emit radiation heat, so everything ends up the same heat in the
Oh
bag
yeah,
of
it
holding.
would be like lukewarm fresh bread.
That's perfect. The butter melts nicely on it.
Yeah, but
Mm.
so, the cocktail you put in there is also lukewarm.
Yeah, people like warm beer.
Ugh.
You've just got to pour it
Also-
out on like when, depending on the drink, it is either on ice or in a hot glass, I guess.
Yeah. But what do you then do now, considering your options?
I think we're going with Saban.
Tabaxi. Saban.
The sketchy one.
Yeah.
Let's
We're not
see how it
gonna
goes.
rip it inside the tent, but outside of the tent we can.
Yeah, so we leave the tent, we collapse the tent, and then
Then we burn the tent. No, I'm just kidding. That's fine.
No, the tent is such a good purchase. That was such a good idea. I love
I
the
feel
tent.
like I was just like, what else you got? What else you got? What else? He's like, fine, here, have this cool tent that I just made up. I'm like, yes, exactly what I wanted.
Alright, if everyone's ready, I rip the paper. Does it cast sending? Is that how this one works?
You haven't identified the paper, so you rip the paper. You don't feel a connection or anything. You don't feel like there's a... Well,
Like
you
there
could
normally
try,
would
you don't-
be if there was a sending spell.
Depends, maybe.
Parent will
Just
try
say
it
some
and
words
just
anyway.
say, we're ready to do business.
You took long enough. And Saban is there.
The competition was tough.
Oh, I have returned your cape.
Ah. How did the prank go?
Perfect. So, you have made a decision. I assume in my favor.
Yes. We'll hire you, at least for a time, and see what you can do for us.
That sounds... Earth. Tabaxi joke.
Very well. I require 4 weeks payment up front.
It's 440, right?
Or 40 if you would just open your banking app.
And I guess I will also do the calendar advanced day.
Okay. Is this the day that we're meeting with Saban?
Oh, you just wrote the paper and Saban's literally there.
No, I'm saying, is this? You said you're advancing the day. I'm like, is this the day?
Oh,
that we're
okay.
meeting?
Yes. It is technically. Sorry, it would actually go to. You'd have a few days at the end between things. So actually, it would be end of the week. So it'd be Sunday. So let me just advance the date to Sunday.
And yes, that is 980 platinum, or it was. It's now 936 platinum, which is 9,000 gold. We were in the 5 digits of gold earlier.
Yeah, I know.
Yep.
It's crazy.
Don't worry,
a lot
I'm
of
going to
gold.
put a
And then we
dent in that
spent it.
number. I'm going to put a hell of a dent in that number.
Great.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
I look
Don't
forward
like
to
it.
a very interesting business relationship.
Do you have a better form of contact than ripping some paper, or is that the preferred method?
If so, we're going to need a lot more paper.
I understand that you have a pangolin.
Yes.
You'd prefer, though, I can give you one of the more mundane sending stones.
Sending stone will be fine.
He hands you a rock.
I take the rock.
There you go. So, you have my services for 4 weeks. What do you wish of me for the next one? Dragon Punch.
Alright, guys, what do we think?
Who do you need killed? I'm joking. Little joking. I understand you have a relationship with an assassin already, so I am not needed there.
Is there anything we need? Because he does a lot of trade network stuff.
We
supply chain
could-
stuff.
And then make sure you note down sending stone, Saban Meshmir on your sheet.
We could have him try to maybe I don't know. Depends on what you guys want to do. We could try to have him maybe start smuggling some supplies into the satrapy for us to have already when we get there.
Ooh, yeah.
Is that
We-
necessary? What kind of limitations
don't know.
are there on bringing things into the satrapy?
Yeah, what do we need to bring in that we're being
they have a
like
custom-
that
This
about?
satrapy is a very closed economy. But you have enough money, you can buy things while you are there. I do not know what you would want me to bring you. Are you expecting to need to talk to no one, to never go to any shops? Are you living in the wild? Or do you
It's
need
like, what other
contacts?
downtime actions do we need to do?
I can now show you his full sheet, I guess.
Oh,
I will let you know that I will still be rolling for him secretly, as I will be for any NPC, so that you don't know how loyal or who they are. But here is plans sheet.
He can gamble for us.
can only see.
I can't see the sheet. I just see his
bioinfo.
character.
Ah, showed players does not give that. Okay, there you go. The additional action is Smuggled Growth, which is extended licensing agreement. When using the Stimulate Growth option of extended licensing, you gain 1 additional point of any single metric you gain, and lose an additional point for any single metric you lose. If there are multiple to pick from, you choose which is affected. Basically, if you take the extended licensing agreement downtime, it becomes more effective.
The sheet that I see is blank.
You need to
Hey,
reload
mine's
it.
still trying to load.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
I'm loading it. I can see it.
Tabbed out and in.
Oh, there. Yeah, cool. Okay.
There were some things we wanted researched, right? But I don't know if those are things we would want to share with someone else.
I can research stuff.
But he could research. Or, I mean, the main reason why we wanted him was for the money stuff, which is we kind of need the.
Good as manager, I need money.
We need the brewery first, right?
Yeah.
Or you know, can use the money mechanics that I wrote involving licensing. That he is very good at.
Yeah, because the other thing was like we were gonna license out some of the drinks to other bars, right? So we could make money off those.
Mm-hmm.
We could start there since we don't have a bar now.
I know. I'm just trying to figure out what to get him to do until then. I have no idea.
Yeah, right now we're licensing is the big area that we're lacking in Vihiras.
Can I have him research Dragon Orb stuff, or do you guys have anything you're looking for specifically that you want found, or like your parents, or I don't know.
I'd say put him to work like boosting our stats in Vihiras, and then we can do the finer points of things. It means we don't have to spend our time doing all the actions that boost things. So like if we can get him to start pumping up our licensing, that means money down the line.
Yeah. Licensing gets you money, especially if you've got some fame. But you can also use it, trade it, etc.
Our fame's a little weak, I think, and then our endorsements pretty damn good.
Yeah. You've got a lot of powerful friends compared to actually known by people.
And so he's good at the stimulate growth option of extended licensing agreement.
That's the one that when you do it, you can put everywhere on passive tick and they start generating stuff. You don't need to then spend a lot of time doing things.
Yeah, I think the licensing stuff would be handy.
Is that something to do once we have licensing?
On magical equipment?
No, that's a way to increase your licensing.
Oh yeah, then
passively.
That sounds like a good way to start. He's better at it than any of us are, and
effectively that's the one where you're like, right, kind of anyone can use a Dragon Punch name just to get it more out there and make it more profitable, but we effectively allow it to be used so that we can then at future point cash in when it's more profitable.
Is it a reusable or one-time done action?
If you look in downtime actions and then towards the bottom, because all the marketing stuff is at the bottom, it is right above product pitch. Extended licensing agreement. Takes 1 work week. It applies to as many markets as you choose. If you don't wish to keep track of markets or extend licenses, you can take this action, affect all markets. In which case, treat the DC as a flat 12. And then you make an
investigation. Are we supposed to be able to see the
operation.
time and the cost and the check? Because those are empty for me. When I open the downtime actions overview sheet.
No, that's only partially filled in because every single action in the game. I haven't managed to go through every single action in the game.
Oh, okay, cool.
This
You
stuff
just
is
check
in...
the celebrity downtime thing that I just popped up on screen. That has the actual action in detail.
Yeah. I already had it open before you even opened it. And it was really weird because it moved my sheet up.
Oh.
I should look at his stats as well. Charisma 20. Nice. That's good.
Yeah, I think having him do that stuff, that way we don't have to spend our downtimes doing that would be good.
Mhm.
Licensing stuff. That's my thought.
And make an intelligence, investigation, or persuasion check. Okay, so his Senate licensing agreement is int. His int is only 13.
His investigation's plus 11.
So it is. Never mind. Yep, that's great. Especially because the DC is 12. If successful,
So
Pick the
licensing
duration.
then?
this may be a
I
short...
think that's a good use of it because then we don't have to spend our time doing that. Or if we do, we're only doubling down on it and increasing it even more.
That is also the action you do if you don't want to like be focusing trying to pump it up individually. You can put it on passive tick, and that's what that does.
Yeah.
And he is good at putting on passive tick. So,
I think we do this.
okay, do you want him
If
to do
everyone
that
else is
first, or do
cool,
you want the
I'm
rest
cool.
of you to take your days first?
Is
I'm
anyone
down
doing
with that
anything that would
first.
affect endorsement, fame, or licensing?
Well, once he does it, it's at the end of the
I
week.
think so.
Stuff starts to happen, so he'll
Yeah.
just do the action.
I think I'm still resting right now.
No, because your resting time
No,
was 2 weeks, but you
This is
reduced
week
it by
3.
1. So
Okay,
now
so
in week
then
3 of
I'm
downtime.
gonna try to learn brewing then whenever I get the
okay,
chance.
that will take you. What's your int modifier?
3.
I think that'll take you 7 weeks.
Might as well get started.
Alternatively, if you want to forget carpentry, you could have Rendry flip that skill for you.
I think I'll keep it.
Okay,
I don't wanna
it is
flip
it
it.
is
It's gonna
7
take
weeks
time
you're
anyway.
committing to here.
I mean,
It would take 3 weeks to do the flipping of a skill, though, and then you've got
and
the
then I
same
don't
number
gain
of
anything.
skills.
I'm just swapping. I'm not gaining overall, right? Like,
Yeah.
and we haven't gotten a lot of down. I feel like I would just.
Is it just me giving you the GM warning
Man.
of you might not get much time to actually use it? It is a very long time to gain skills. I think it is 7 weeks. I could be wrong. I'll double check right now. It could be 5.
It's dependent on something, right?
It's set number minus your int modifier, which I'm checking now.
And Skith is now joining us in the modest for week 3.
Yeah.
We'll find out when we know what your actions are, because some actions actually come with your like stuff paid for. Training. There we go. Training costs 25 BGP, equal to 10 work weeks reduced by your intelligence modifier. So yes, it would take you 7 weeks.
I had no other plans for my time than to learn brewing.
You had the nut.
I do have the nut.
It's
You
one.
have to
we were
like
gonna
water it. And
Weren't we gonna
nurture
bury
it.
that in the brewery though?
Yeah, that was the plan. Is to like
It
make
doesn't
it
take
part
you,
of the
it doesn't
brewery.
take you a week of downtime to do that. You just need to do it over a week, because all you need to do is make sure you water every day.
Oh,
It
okay.
doesn't take your entire week to do that.
Oh.
Unless you guys have other things that I should be doing, then I think I will just learn the brewery because I don't
I
want to.
mean, I think there was plenty of
There's a lot of
research if
research
you wanted
stuff
to.
you
There
could
was a lot
do,
of
and you're
people grouped in the
int
list.
based.
Yeah.
I mean, before we go see your brother, right? What other things do we need to know
I
about?
could also
If you
just
wanted
like
to build a
living
base of
lore.
power in the sheer satrapy, you could try and do some stuff there.
Mm.
Because if you go there without any social leverage or power, you will find yourselves a very different level.
Well, do we need to use our new connection guide to do that to get connections for us over there, or
You can also do
is
that.
Yeah. I mean, that sounds good. Like a base of power. That's kind of what I was thinking. Was like having like a maybe not supplies, but like just like a safe house kind of thing, like a base of operations to
do
fall
that.
back on or something.
You don't necessarily know
That
where
way
you're
we're
going
not-
to be in the country, by the way. So
Yeah,
depends where you would pick
that's the
from.
problem.
Yeah.
Do I have any way I can contact them without like through just regular?
You can contact the head of the House of War, the House of Leadership, via Pietro. 'Cause Pietro made sure to get their name in the book.
Okay. I mean, I could ask them like, what's your plans? Where are we gonna be? And kind of get an idea. I don't know. We need to be able to brew stuff to have a brewery. I don't.
But you're not gonna.
Do
I mean, we're gonna have to have somebody else do that. Like, we're not gonna be here
I
to be
can't.
brewing stuff.
if you are going to be brewing the stuff, you would have to be at the brewery every day.
Yeah.
Because that's what you have
Oh,
workers
so I can.
for.
So we're just gonna hire someone to brew it then, or what? Then,
Presumably,
like-
because otherwise you wouldn't actually be working at the brewery or as an adventurer, because you wouldn't be able to do both.
That would become like your
Okay.
profession. You wouldn't be an adventurer anymore.
Okay. Hmm.
Like, if you wanted to invent the new drinks and stuff, you would need, brewer's proficiency. But to actually be producing them and making them, that's either you are going to be producing them, making them, people drinking them, or you are not going to be doing that because you would need to be there doing that. Like, you would have to effectively pick.
Okay. I don't know. I guess I'll just try to contact the seer satrapy in my free time. Maybe I could research. I mean, he'd want to read if I could research dragon orbs, or if I could research, maybe try to catch up on what's been going on, like at least publicly in the seer satrapy.
Okay. Those are all
Those are
things
good
you can
things to
definitely
know.
do.
Yeah. Like maybe people who are giving my brother trouble besides just the House of War, like maybe from the inside as well.
Those are all
Kinda
things you
thing.
can definitely do.
Like who's on the most wanted list for my brother, like besides
Okay.
me.
To contact the House of Leadership doesn't take any actions or whatever, because you can do that through Pietro, and if they reply, then it happens. It's not, doesn't take a week to try and contact them unless you try and do it another way. If you want to get some information on Saravel, you can do that. If you wish to go and try and do this much more in person, you could have maybe next week Mishmir take a week action, or could be this week instead, to smuggle you there into the country, and then you could do actions in the country, which means that they would be more effective, and also you'd be able to directly get endorsements and maybe even a bit of fame there, which would make it much harder for someone to move against you, because you'd be publicly known or have social leverage.
Is there gonna be like a risk that I get like caught or something if I do that?
Slight risk, but Mishmir is very good at that and has contacts, so they might have to pay some money to smuggle someone, to get you over there. But if you wanted that to happen, very unlikely with Mishmir that would be a problem.
Yeah, that sounds good to me then. Yeah, I'll go. I'd do it hands on for sure.
If you're gonna do that, I would recommend one thing.
Okay.
You take the teleportation cube, because then if you need to get back, you can get back in 1 minute by using the cube.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Yeah.
So if there
you
are any
can take the
problems,
cube.
you just need 1 minute and you can escape.
Sounds good to me.
You just need to pay the 200 gold fee at the Vihira end, and you're back in Vihira.
Okay. Just load me up with some gold.
Okay. So, would you like this week for Mishmir to take the action to find someone to smuggle you, and to smuggle you over
Yeah.
if you want?
Is that cool with everybody?
All right.
Sure.
Okay.
Oof.
We're gonna have to
Sounds
move
crazy.
to this map then.
So he, instead of the
Yeah, instead of doing
Original-
the endorsement-y kind of not the endorsement-y, the extended
licensing.
trade agreement, you can get him to do that next week, but this week he will effectively spend the downtime action finding someone to do the smuggling. There's no need for him to roll because he will be successful. He has the contacts, and then he will
That's
just
why we
find
got him.
someone to give you a favorable rate, smuggle you in, and then start going from there.
That's why we wanted him to help with the satrapy. So already putting him to work then.
Okay, move the party loot ledger over. So that's now selectable. Okay.
Imagining an Indiana Jones travel sequence.
A little bit. Okay.
Do I have to run and jump onto the plane, like as it's taken off?
So
it's all
I guess we
boats.
start with the slightly easier ones.
Boats.
Maggie, what are you doing for this week? What's Arena doing?
I think that I'm probably gonna work on the Kalimba next, unless Skith and Perrin had something they want me to craft for them. I mean, I can easily make you guys
I'm good
something
for
if there's
now.
something you want.
Not unless you can get me another attunement slot, or maybe some boots that don't maybe drop me from the air onto my ass if they mess up.
Well,
Other
we
than
had
that,
some
I'm good.
potions too. Oh no, we already bought the basilisk potion, so never mind. Yeah, I think the next things that were on my list were. So, yeah, the Kalimba was next.
Okay. Do you want to do the Kalimba? You can also do another 2 grenades if you wish during the week, because you can do so much.
Yeah, I'm thinking about which Kalimba because you gave me a couple different options.
The other ones worked out as rare, so they wouldn't be massively reduced time and
okay.
cost. The
Gotcha.
uncommon one is the one we initially talked about, which is a bit more limited, but it's also much cheaper and it's uncommon, so it's really quick and really cheap. The other ones are definitely rare.
Yeah, then we can do that. The Kalimba, and I also wanted I know I have the watch that I wanted to do something with, but I feel like I need to learn more about like chrono magic and stuff, right? For that.
You need generally, well, you need the spells. You need to know the spells to be able to actually imbue them into an item. Part of what your deal with Arathane was for this Kalimba is that he'll effectively help you with the speak with animals because it's not actually an artificer spell. But your gnomish ability to speak with animals already will allow him to kind of build on that and imbue it into the item with you. The watch, you technically have a component which might allow you to get something, even without knowing the spells, because it is rare and very much linked to Saravel. You wouldn't exactly know exactly what you're getting, though, because you don't know what the spells are, but you know that they exist, and you know that if you use that item, you could possibly get them. It also depends what you'd be trying to make, because that could make a very rare item, that component.
Yeah, I think that if you guys are okay with that, I would like to do something, make something cool with the watch. I've had that watch for a long time. And I've been saving it for this, like specifically to do some kind of chrono magic. Although I don't know if it will be chrono magic per se, but we assume with Saravel that would be the case, but we don't know.
Yeah, go
Or
for
it would at least probably be related to that if you're intending that. If you intend it to be graviturgy, it could be that. If you intend it to be something more normal, vaguely related to Saravel, it could possibly be that. The thing is, because you don't know those regions and you don't know what you'd be getting, you would get something that is definitely worth the rarity and the money you put in. And I'll definitely run some stuff by you. But you won't know exactly the spells.
I love it. I love the idea of Rena being a mad scientist. If they're okay with us using that component, then
go for
I mean,
it.
it'd be helpful to have something.
A very rare item. This is the issue. If you go for a very rare, you can make it less if you wish. A very rare would take 25 work weeks and 20,000 gold. If you go for a rare, it's 10 work weeks and 2,000 gold.
But everything costs half for me, so that'd still be
only
10,000
for
gold.
uncommon and commons.
Oh. I can't afford the 20,000. I don't think we can afford that.
Yeah, I don't think we have 20,000.
We have a lot of gems and stuff,
We
but
don't have it in money.
You could also do like some of the work and then hand it off to Arathane and pay Arathane a chunk and the extra, and he might do it for you, but you would be paying a commission extra.
How much would that be?
So
Because I feel like using Saravel's thing for like the coolest item is probably going to be pretty rad, right?
Yeah.
I don't know what you guys think.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's what we got use the bag for, right? To get some weird stuff.
But we can easily afford the 2001 if that's what we wanted to do.
So it's 20,000 is the ballpark. It actually costs, because we're not using a flat pricing, because that's dumb, because some uncommon items are so much better than others. It will be whatever the cost of the item usually is. And it will cost you the same plus his, work per week, which I need to figure out what it is, because I haven't thought about this, but we're talking somewhere in the region of a few thousand extra. It's more the fact that it will be done. If you're okay with paying the price of a very rare item, it will depend on what the item is, because that price varies between about 10 and about 30,000. If you're okay with paying that price, he may be okay with being like, sure, if you don't pay the price when it's finished, I'll just keep it. And if you then pay the price when it's done, you keep it. I'm okay with either way.
Can I do like a layaway? Like
a bit like that. A bit like layaway.
or like pay as you like payment plan where I owe him every month or something.
But
okay.
he would probably, because of the item and because it's Chrono 30 and because he's interested in that, he would be okay with, if you don't pay me by the end, I would just keep it for myself. If you pay me by the end, then sure, you keep it. And I'm happy to have worked on it, and maybe I've learned a thing or two.
Well, I need to know what the payment is before I agree.
I won't be able to tell you because I am surprised and did not know that you wanted to necessarily make this in this downtime. So I will have to figure that out and also figure out the item.
Okay. Cool.
But it will be in the region
So maybe I
of...
will craft that, but I will craft the Columbo for sure. And then the watch will be my mad scientist thing because no one else wants anything, so...
If you want, you can put a pin in... I went to Arathane and I may have asked him to be working on it from this date because you and him would work on it at the same rate because you don't get a discount for anything above uncommon. So put a note of the date in the Discord chat and I'll get back to you by next week. And effectively the main issue is, provided you're fine with the price, the main issue is it will be 25 weeks. So.
Oh, 25 weeks.
Oh, crap.
We can't do 25 weeks though. We'll be out of here by 25 weeks, right?
Yes, but for that price, it might well get delivered to you, or you can teleport back to pick it up or something. It is a case of, if you do this, it will show up later in the campaign, and it will be a very rare item.
It might clutch us.
Be immediately available.
Yeah,
if we're like somewhere bad.
But we might also be dead by the time it's ready.
It is also true.
That's always...
He's banking on that so he can keep it.
Yeah.
That's always a thing. We could always almost be dead before the next
Alternatively,
thing.
you could just be like, I will spend the very rare component just to make a rare. Or it could be a very rare consumable, which halves the time.
We're still... Yeah, I mean, we might end up getting this this thing for free.
I'll make a note that the beginning of this work week is the 6th.
That's true. We might be able to pay for it with the tavern money. If it's 25 weeks, I gotta write 25 weeks.
We have to do what Arathane asked, though, and to get it for free.
Okay.
I thought it was going to be at least like 7K to get that thing going.
The 6th of Wild Woot.
I didn't think it was gonna be that much.
Wild Woot. Whoops.
Wild Woot? Woot?
Let me check for multiple people working on it. I don't know if it actually decreases time.
Chad's got a good point. If it's a chrono item, you take 25 weeks to make it, and then you use it to go back in time and give it to yourself at the start.
Okay, so there is a way
so cool.
to reduce the time, but it is expensive. Multiple characters can combine their efforts, divide the time needed by the number of characters working on it, and use your judgment on how many characters can collaborate and how difficult it might be. A tiny item might only allow 1 or 2. It is potentially possible, if you paid a lot of money, you could have it built double time by someone working with you or paying 2 people to work
But
on
it
it.
already cost a ton of money.
So expensive as is.
I mean, you are expecting to get a very rare out of this if you want to go for a very rare. And in
can just
terms of
go
your
in a
crew,
tower
ignoring your
and
vestiges, you don't
pluck
actually
a
have any
rare.
very rares yet. This would be getting an item
25
above your
people
tier.
on the job.
We don't have any very rares minus our vestiges?
Yeah.
Really?
None of your items, ignoring the vestiges, are very rare.
What about my Rod of
Oh,
Storms?
my camera keeps
That is
dying.
top end of rare.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
Hmm.
That's crazy.
Very rares are potent.
Was that dagger of Thayer's Dune a very rare?
It was a vestige.
Oh, right. Vestige, of course. Yep.
We just call back every guest ever, and they all work on it.
What did I get in return for that vestige, by the way? I didn't get anything like... I mean, they were like, okay, we'll maybe give you this free house. Thanks for bringing that. Oh, yeah. Can't trade you the dragon
they were
orb.
like, I will talk to you in future about a good deal on this
Okay.
brewery thing that, like, I'll set it up. You can use it immediately. But if you don't do the job, etc., then I'll just keep it.
It
You
suckered
got
me out of my
exchange
sweet
for that.
dagger.
That he was going to be like, yes, of course, you can study it. I'll hold it safe
Oh,
for
yeah, I
you
can
so that
study
you
it.
know that.
Right.
And also,
I can study it.
as thanks for
remember.
it, because obviously there should be some sort of reward so that people don't just go selling them on the black market, I will make myself available for helping Arena with her 2 schematics so that she can make them without having to do the necessary finding blueprints.
Okay.
Provide her with some bits and bobs to be able to do those. And
That's right. I remember now. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Things.
True. That fair. Because we rolled really well on that persuasion. Like it was 32 or something. It was
Alternatively, if you
crazy.
wanted to go sell that on the black market and make a load of money, I'm pretty sure someone will definitely later in the campaign use it to try and murder people you love and then appear as them. So, just saying.
That's the thing. I
It's
don't
like,
love
hey,
anybody.
do you want to go sell these WMDs on, the black market? Or do you want to just, turn them in?
If they kill Pietro, I might go mental on them.
Mhm.
I might Jean Grey him.
So, I guess for now, put a pin in that date, and then, like, if you want to have hired people to work on it or one person to work on it, they can from that date. Alternatively, if you wish to work on it, if you wish to start working on it now or something, let me know. Otherwise, we can do different items.
Well, the Kalimba for sure to
Limbo
start
will
with.
take you half a week because it's quarter time. So
And then I will assist with the Chrono Watch.
a half week wouldn't really be enough to assist with the Chrono Watch.
I know it's gonna be
Really?
multiple weeks as we move forward. Yeah.
Okay, but that
Because I guess
depends.
all my items are made pretty much that I wanted.
Unless you want to make more grenades.
Yeah.
'Cause I think you've only got 2, right?
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
2 grenades is still pretty
Yeah,
good.
that's not bad. That's good for like a dungeon or in like an area or something.
I guess I'll use the rest of this week for grenades, and then the rest of my time I will work with on the Chrono Magic stuff then.
Okay, well, probably good timing because we're coming up to the end of today's session, and then I can have a look at this watch and see how much it would cost. So with the Kalimba, Arathane has already kind of said, I'll help you with that bit. So yeah, the Kalimba, I think the cost is let's try the banking up again, see if it breaks this time. Kalimba. Few quarter time, half cost. You've got the exotic component because if you put those Triceratops horns in or whatever you've got,
Yes.
those would count as the exotic component because it is effectively the remains of a Triceratops, which would, because it's a beast, be the adequate connection. So if you put those in, and then you just need 310 gold, it's half the cost.
So we've been putting all 3 of those in. Can you remove those from the party loot sheet then?
Yep, can do.
And
and
then
then- What's the final cost?
310 gold, which I assume will have to come from the party sheet because it's
Yeah.
more money than you have. Yeah.
And that's 310 gold already halved.
That's already halved. Yeah, normally be 620.
Okay. And then I go 2 GM.
Yep, 2 GM.
And then 320 GP, right?
310.
Oh, 310. Oops. Submit. Transaction. Kalimba. Seems like it worked.
It worked.
Yep. Didn't
Maybe
crash.
it's just personal sheets didn't work.
Testing over personal sheets worked. I also got notifications on personal sheets. It was a bit weird.
Yeah, that was weird.
Maybe something
It
about
worked.
the arena sheet.
Maybe.
You're gonna join a rock band now?
Okay. So you have your kalimba, and here are the details. Again, cool filler.
Kalimba of the Beast Jingle. As an action, you may begin playing the kalimba and cast Speak with Animals. While you continue playing with each round, the spell is sustained until its duration. You may use this ability once per long rest.
Man, I'm the only one that can't talk to giant elks now.
That
We
is
gotta
true.
hook you up.
Messed up.
Actually, you could if you played this, but you would need to know how to
Mm.
play a kalimba.
Doesn't seem to play it well.
That's true. It
Blah,
I would
doesn't.
blah.
probably roll that if you don't
Wow.
have proficiency with kalimba, I would make you roll just a generic test to try and use it, and then your words are interpreted as well as your music.
I don't
They're
want
just
to
like,
speak
what's
to any
this
filthy
racket
animals.
you're playing? The animal's like
Um,
upset.
And then the two further grenades we use the last of your components from Arathane and cost 80 each, so 160, and you get 2 more grenades.
Okay.
Nice.
You said 160?
160 in total. You'll get 2 more grenades.
160? 60?
Yeah, 160, 80
Okay.
each. 160 in total.
Just trying to make sure. Grenades.
How long do you think we're gonna be in the satrapy? I mean, it was gonna be a couple of months before we even got there, right? Like,
I think so.
it was 25 days. I don't know.
25 days?
25 days to make the very rare. If you were doing that.
25 weeks, I thought.
Oh, weeks. Oh,
Weeks. Yeah.
okay. Yeah.
6
It
months.
takes half a year for one person to make a very rare. You might be able to speed that up. But also, that is something that, like, it won't be probably available
Oh,
immediately.
gosh.
But when it comes around, it will be a very rare. Okay. But you are building above your level. Like, that is a very rare right now. You're only kind of getting to the edge where you might see very rare shortly. So,
Well, by then we might have been able to hit up another tower.
Yeah.
Too, for sure.
okay. So, Arena gets 2 grenades and also a magic kalimba because artifices are insane. Perrin,
Yeah.
what do you wish to do?
There's some shenanigans Perrin wants to do, but we're short on time, so we'll do them at the end of this week, in which he makes a remaining 7 potions.
Okay. You make 7 more potions. Which you cannot give to Skith because Skith is currently on his way to the Shia Sanctuary.
In that case, I will give 4 to Arena and 3 to me.
Oh, did they give me some gold so that I can? I will
Yeah,
need
you
to
can
have
take some
taken
gold with you.
with me. Before
How much
that,
gold do you want
so-
to take with you?
I don't know, like 500 probably, because it was 200
Yeah, that sounds
to.
Wait, give me a sec.
Like-
I will see if I can activate the banking app to transfer you the 500 gold from the party.
Okay. Arena, you
Thank
get
God.
4 healing
Let me see.
potions.
Okay.
We're finally drowning in them. This is what I
I've got
wanted.
3.
I mean, they
I've got
go
4
quick
on me.
Well, yeah.
once we're in places.
The
Like, if we do
supply and
3
demand is a
towers-
thing, we're gonna be burning through them.
Yeah.
There you
It's
go.
okay.
It's cheaper for you to make them.
Yep. I'm generating nearly 200 gold of value every week that I make potions, technically.
I agree.
Nice.
Yeah.
Also, you two need to pay lifestyle for the week, which
Yep.
is. Well, Perrin, you just want to
Holy
send that
crap.
across to
14
from the
gold.
party sheet.
I'm
14
gonna
gold
be
total.
so broke so fast.
And then Skith. A few days into the week, you still will have the week left when you get to the Shia Sanctuary because it's only a little bit.
I find you quickly. We have to go.
let's do it fast.
Of
I
course.
don't want to put myself in unnecessary danger.
The cost to get you in will be a mere 220 gold. And you can be there this week.
It sounds good. And you have someone waiting there to talk to me that I can...
I have a few people. Do you wish to be in Arcadia itself? In the nearby town, technically just outside the border? Or do you wish to be more in the heart of Ishias? Maybe Goros or Pessinja? I cannot necessarily get you into Tiasorith itself.
Where's going to be most valuable for you?
Yeah, probably the not outside the town, but inside the town. What's the name of it again?
So Arcadia,
Arcadia.
is the two islands, and it has the nearby town, which is technically in the Dekan League, technically. But it's so far away from anywhere else in the Dekan League, it's basically a satellite of the Ishir Satrapy, and basically serves as the student town to the university.
Okay.
And it's
Yeah.
on the doorstep of the university, and thus right in Saravel's backyard.
Oh, is it?
But also, because of that, and it's technically not inside the Ishir Satrapy, it's much easier to get in and out of. And that is where one of the options that Saban would certainly put forwards.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
It's going to be exciting.
It's not the wisest choice.
Yeah. Seems like
Outside
the hardest
town
one.
would be the wisest.
Yeah.
But if I don't mess it up, it's gonna have the most value for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I would
feel
agree.
like.
Because having like a safe house or like a place that we can go to when we are
Fall
there
back
later.
right there,
Yeah.
yeah. Like
Yeah.
emergency.
So
It will be sick.
Stop. Yeah.
225 gold, that can come from the party sheet because you aren't technically away enough from the party yet. And he'll be able to get you in to Arcadia.
That's crazy. I wasn't thinking that I was going to be doing that. I thought I was going to be brewing beer and that's what I thought I was gonna be
It doesn't make sense now that we think about it for the beer brewing.
doing. Yeah.
Because you'd have to like be there to deal with it.
It
Yeah.
allows you to kind of like come up with new recipes and stuff, but you won't be making it 24/7 because, you know, you'll be adventuring elsewhere.
I can
Mhm.
help with that though, and Like-
Okay, so
Skith can come up with
Has
the
the money
stuff,
been
and
sent
I can
over?
make the brew blueprint or alchemy.
Baron, you want to send 225 from the party sheet?
I can try and send 225 from the party sheet.
Plat is higher than gold. Why don't we just give him like one plat? Or how much is 500?
We can give him like
It will automatically
500.
convert it.
I probably should ask for more if it was 200.
Yeah, you should have
to
more.
get
I feel
in.
like 500 gold is maybe
'Cause-
not enough.
Emergency to get out, I need 200, and then that leaves me with like 80 to while I'm
Technically,
there.
you can
You
wait
want-
at the Circle Guild and be like, contact my friends, they're over here. And then they'll go and be like, do you vouch for this person? Will you pay their bill?
We can give you like 500 gold. It's fine.
500 more gold.
I think-
I'll transfer
I
500
think-
gold while you pay his fees.
Wait, what am I doing then?
You're paying the
He's like
225
an
so that you can
accountant right
teleport.
now.
Oh, I'm paying 225 to you.
Oh.
Oh, I'm. Hang on, I gotta cancel this and do it again.
I'll transfer the
Oh,
stuff
wait,
from your
look.
party sheet to.
I was saying
Skith.
giving him more than 500 gold to Skith.
I'm trapped in giving gold to a PC. I think I don't know how to stop.
You just hit
Cancel?
cancel.
Oh,
X.
it wasn't letting me do it, and then it did let me do it. I don't know why that
Okay.
happened.
I'll transfer you the 500 to Skith to speed up the time. There we go. Skith has another 500 gold.
Yes. Trust me with your funds.
I thought I had a Kalimbo before. Where did it go?
You did.
I'm
Either way,
Picturing it a
that is
kalimba,
what
yeah.
was used to make your kalimba. So you now have a kalimba of the beast
Yeah.
jingle. You can still use it as a kalimba. Okay.
Yeah.
So Skiff,
Don't know what happened to it.
you are teleported through the Circle Guild with Saban over to a somewhat dark, dank, grubby area. Who goes there? What languages do you speak?
Draconic and Common and Celestial.
Cool. You only hear that bit. The rest of it is hard guttural sounds and very clipped, strong syllables that Helta.
I'll just respond in Common. It's Skiff. I'm like, I assume I'm looking for somebody, like my contact there.
Saban is with you because he teleported with you for this.
Oh, right. Okay, I got you. Yeah, okay. Thought it was somebody
200 of the
new.
gold is to pay the fee here as Saban walks forwards and greases some palms. And you walk out through Runehold as you are currently in the dwarf fortress, which is somewhat on the front line with the Ashir Sanctuary almost. And quite militarized. But with a few bribes, you're quickly led away and outside, going from being quite underground through out into the sun, which is slowly setting. Saban, over the next couple of days, will take you to a barge, which takes you down the river towards the islands of Arcadia, and then getting off the barge at a few points to avoid patrols, raising a few more palms to make sure that people look the other way, and then going around and then joining in with a group of people heading from a direction, produces a few very poor false papers to fool some people, and gets you into Arcadia, which is a weird sprawl of a village that is effectively now a town whose entire industry is really supporting the university. A university that actually is on a couple of islands in a bay that you can see with high, majestic spires, cool buildings, and minarets, towers. And that's on one island. The other island, however, is a barren wasteland with a haze over it and flickers of lightning and occasional rainbow hazes, and then fire, and then gone again, and then weird echoes and wailing. The actual town of Arcadia is unlike most in the sphere of influence of the Ashir Sanctuary. Technically falling inside the Dekan Makana League, there is no way they can really protect it, so it's only really given lip service as really being belonging to them. In reality, it really just serves the university and is right on Saravel's doorstep. Nearly everything here is to cater to the students and the population that serve and work at the university, and those people who also then serve the people who work for the people who work for the university, and so forth. The entire industry is based around the university, and that gives everyone at the university, including Saravel, a lot of sway here. Nonetheless, it is not entirely Dragonborn by any means. The population is probably only a small percentage Dragonborn. Arcadia, unlike most places in the Ashir Sanctuary, actually has a pretty open-ish foreign policy in terms of letting people in from outside. And as you begin to filter through the somewhat low streets, ones that definitely haven't been designed with a lot of urban planning in mind, as this place is kind of just sprung up to service, you notice dwarves, humans, a couple of elves here and there, hobbits, gnomes, a couple of half-orcs, even a few goblins. What do you want to do with your week? Well, you are now in the very backyard of Saravel.
Well, I'm definitely going to use my my hat of disguise just to not look like myself, because I don't want to just. I'm gonna stick out like a sore thumb.
Leave the
for
have
sure.
disguise as attunement, which is something we've totally
I don't
forgotten.
think so. I don't believe it was, because that was one of the things. Was it attunement? I don't think it was. I think I could just be wearing it.
It'll say on it if it is.
Yeah, have disguise as attunement. The one you have
it?
is a cheaper form that is still attunement, but it always has a floppy hat. You know, you always have a large hat.
If I can, then I will unattune to the Sarville staff, because
No problem.
probably don't want to be waving that around.
Do you want to take that with you?
city.
You can just put it in like a staff bag or
Yeah,
something.
yeah, that's fine. I'll take it with me, but definitely don't want to be waving it around.
Good points.
But I just want to like kind of investigate the area, map out, you know, like I've been there before, I assume, since I used to, live there. See if I can notice any like standout changes or anything unusual going on, and then also just like try to find a good spot that would be like out of the way, maybe, or where I could set up like like a magic door, some wards for like a safe house eventually, and any people.
Okay.
I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that I want to do there, but I don't know what kind of time frame we're looking at.
If you want, you can do carousing, which is just socializing and learning some rumors. That would kind of cover your what's been going on recently without actually asking a direct question. It kind of is just, I hang out, I listen to the rumors, I spend my time getting to know what's happening.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Let's do that. What do I need to do for that?
So when carousing, you need to choose whether you're going to carouse with lower, middle, or upper class folks. 10 gold, 50 gold, or 250 gold, depending on who you're going for.
I guess. I mean, I didn't bring that much gold. I guess like the middle tier, the 100. Was it 100 gold?
This allows you to make allied contacts and people who will be able to give you kind of little bits of information, etc. I think there was also one for rumors. I can't remember if it's that one. So let me just find rumor. Oh, that might be research, but you can still get contacts and people, like people you will know, people who will, you might not even know, but you will then know of who, what they do or where they work, etc.
Mm-hmm. So,
which tier do you want to do that with? Because
the one that's
will be
not
of
200.
Fun?
The one that's like the middle tier. You said it was like 100,
50.
I think. 50. Okay, let's do. Yeah, it's even better.
Okay, so transfer over 50 gold, and let me just check if you need to spend money for your upkeep. So carousing, which is not working right now, because obviously, can attempt to carouse. You need to still pay for your upkeep. So what accommodation are you going to be living in for this?
Modest.
Okay, that's what, 7 gold a week? So send over 50 gold for the carousing, 7 gold for the upkeep for your living expenses. You find a small tavern that has a little bit of, rooms available. There we go. And then you can make a charisma persuasion check on the carousing table.
Charisma, persuasion.
And there's a 10% chance of a complication. Complication in these cases are all going to relate to you being Skith.
Can I use my forceful presence for this?
Believe so, because it's not in reaction to, it's just...
Just lets me roll at advantage.
Actually, what's the wording on forceful presence?
You can use your understanding of creative diplomacy or intimidation to guide a conversation in your favor. When you make a charisma, intimidation, or persuasion check, you can do so with advantage. Once you use this trait, you can't do so until a short or a long rest.
Ooh. I would say probably not, because it's designed to work on short and long rest. This is like the course of a week. So it's not so much as individual short things, it's more kind of a long-term thing.
All right, so just a persuasion roll then.
Yep.
Oh,
Nat 20! Nice.
Damn, 29.
Arena, can you give me a flash of genius? Oh, you're not here. Shit.
I wish. I'm not there.
3 allied contacts on a 21 plus. And I'll also say,
Nice.
if you wish, because you did score a crit and you got way over the DC, you can either choose between having a point of endorsement in that you find someone who is sympathetic to you and your cause, or you can have a point of fame, which doesn't involve you blowing your cover, but you mention or point people in the direction of, oh, Dragon Punch and what they did, or, you know, actually the stuff that you hear rumors about in the B-Styles, actually Dragon Punch helped out there. So you can either have fame or endorsement.
Let's do endorsement.
Okay.
For sure.
That puts your endorsement up to 6 in that. Okay. And you make 3 contacts. And I think next week we open with a little supercut of the 3 different people you meet while carousing or get put in contact with.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Because I'm going to have to go actually plan out this place before I plan to. So I need to go and build an entire town and also build a very rare magical item.
You're welcome.
Put him to work.
Yeah, really put me to work.
You could have. I could just be making sweet drinks. You know, instead I'm risking my life. Actually,
I think you started to watch stuff.
Yeah.
No, I haven't done
so
actually
excited.
anything on the watch yet because I didn't know.
Oh, you're just showing me. You're
just
just showing me
showing the
image
art, yeah.
options. Oh, okay.
Because I was like, this is really cool art.
Yeah.
Okay. In which case,
There it is,
4
cool.
weeks of Mishmir, and I need to make a check for Mishmir.
I feel like we were
Make sure
very
he didn't
productive
sell you
today.
out.
We got a lot done. That's for
Yeah.
sure.
I've got so much stuff for next week.
It's
I
a
wasn't
lot
sure if
of-
we'd get to it today or not.
A lot of bookkeeping.
Yep, no, those guards are coming straight for you. Oh, Mishmir so sold you out. Oof.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Yeah. Oof.
No,
there's
my
no problem.
plans.
I will kill all of them.
Okay, so Skith is separate from the party across the other side of the globe. Before you go,
Yeah.
This should
Pietro
not be
would have
here.
overridden Arathane in the book temporarily so that Pietro checks in with you every so often.
We probably. I feel like if you don't answer us every day, me and Pietro are gonna worry about you.
I feel like multiple times a day, considering where he is.
Yeah. Pietro
Just-
probably checks in with
Oh,
you like
man.
mid-morning and like mid-evening just to double check because like you can't contact him.
The good news is we're in almost the same time zone.
Yeah, that's true.
It's true. Yeah.
And you have yourself a new ally, Mishmir. Oh,
You sold me out.
totally.
Are they really an ally at this point now?
They're getting
Hey.
paid money to do things.
Yeah,
Like,
ally is a strong
honestly-
word.
The
Associate.
the thing is, like, they don't want to sully their their business reputation by screwing over people they just, came into contact with to work with. So it's got to be worth something.
Well, with that said and done, we do have. Do we want to do the show on the Wednesday and then also redo it on the Thursday?
I think that's the way to do
Yeah,
it.
it works out.
Just in case someone misses it.
Yeah. So, to let you know, we're going to have a slight fiddly thing next week where we can't actually do the show normally on the Thursday. So what we're going to do is we're going to do the show at the same time on Wednesday, and then we're going to rebroadcast it on Thursday as normal anyway. So if you do want to catch us live, you can catch us on Wednesday. And if you don't get this message or you can't do Wednesday, we will still be streaming the show on the Thursday, but they will be the same show because we can't actually be here live on Thursday next week.
Yeah, if you tune in just on Thursday, you will get the next episode, but it might say rerun on it or premiere or something. But it is the next episode. It's not just this one played again.
Just because we're actually going to be doing it a day earlier because we are unfortunately not able to do Thursday.
It's my fault. I'm sorry.
Blame her. She's working on watches. So, with that said and done, we're going to do outro stuff. There is the recap stuff on the Patreon. There is a name post coming soon. And check out Roll20. Right, Bentham, who are you? What do you want we find you?
I am Bentham. I do games sometimes and stream them or make videos of them, or sometimes I make videos about lore. Who really knows? I haven't done anything a bit, but you might see a return of stream soon if it would just stop being so damn hot for 5 minutes. It's too hot. My brain does not like
Bentham,
it. But
it won't stop being hot with you around.
Oh, god damn it. Yeah, apparently the weather's cooling down, so you might see some streams. Raft got its final story update, so there might be some multiplayer Raft or something. Or there might be. I've been up to some shenanigans. You might see a stream of the Terra Invicta demo, despite the fact that it became unavailable on Monday because it was just for Steam Next Fest. But here's a cool fact, just for you guys, is that if you really like a game that's being demoed in Steam Next Fest, if you simply never close the demo, they can't remove it from your library. So
found the loophole.
Yeah. So currently, Terra Invicta is running in minimal graphic settings in the background on this PC, and it didn't affect the stream, so that's good. I did pay attention just in case. And I'm gonna be playing it once we're done, and then maybe I'll stream it tomorrow. Who knows? That's me.
Maggie, what about you?
Hey everybody, you can find me at Margaret Crone in all of the places. I'm doing lots of things on the internet, and next Tuesday I'll be playing Ocearia again, if you want to check that out. And I'll be here on Wednesday, so definitely tune in. And this Saturday we have another episode as well of the Eaton Grange Estate right here on Roll For It. So if you're interested in all those things, if you just follow me, I'll let you know when we go live. I also make games and video games for a living. I'm currently working on a project called Ashes of Creation, and you can find it at Ashes of Creation in all of the places. And I'm working on the second edition, which is the advanced version of Witches and Spellcraft, which you can find on DriveThruRPG. That's me.
Okay.
Skeeth, Cobalt. Where do they find you when they're not in the Ashira Satrophy?
Yes, please reveal Skit's location at all times.
Yeah, that'd be just great. Yeah, you can find me most days on my Twitch channel or Twitter or YouTube. We're getting really close to 69,000 followers on YouTube. Just 200 away. It's just so close. But yeah, I'm actually gonna probably play some Raft here soon. I downloaded it. I've been having some trouble getting it to work, but as soon as I get that fixed up, I'm probably gonna play some of that. I'm getting to a new personal best on my Isaac streak, so that's pretty exciting. And other than that, I just play D&D with these nerds here, and also some Pathfinder on Tuesdays. And that's me. Come hang out if you like nerd things. Yeah. What about you, EE?
Hi, I'm Nerdlism. You find me Twitch.tv/Nerdlism. Probably tomorrow I'll stream and do bug fixing on the bank bot. script because it's
It's
working.
really cool though. That makes it way easier.
Yeah, it seems like it's
Yeah.
working. It's just something.
Well, it's
gave an
just
error
not
that one time, I
getting
don't know.
the correct name on one end, which is weird. But also, there were other things I wanted to do. Like, I wanted to be able to do, I give you all money as a reward, and I can group select your tokens and just hit send.
And it
Oh,
like
wow.
distribute it
And,
equally
yeah,
or something?
I've already got,
Cool.
well, that depends on the flag I've already included, which is split. If you have split, the money you give is then divided amongst everyone. If you don't include split, that money goes to each person. So
Oh.
it is something that I've already kind of planned for in it, but I need to fix the bugs first. It was definitely rushed out to be ready today in the current form, and it works.
was cool. Yeah.
I love my character sheet. Looks so much nicer.
It also very handily moves all your money to be weight efficient. I don't know if anyone hasn't actually sent any money from their sheet today, but if you want to just send 1 copper to another player, it will make your sheet efficient. So if you want to be able to save weight, you can just transfer a copper to someone. Right, anyway, that's what I'll be doing. I'll also be designing probably an entire town that I didn't plan on designing for another couple of weeks, but hey, I'll be doing that. Nobody stargated.
Sounded awesome.
Yeah, nobody stargated a horse yet. I was expecting that today.
Oh my
And
gosh,
nobody-
I forgot about that.
Yeah, you
We
were like,
didn't
that's
do our,
nothing to do,
our
and I'm
horse
like,
plan.
Gotta get
We
that
could have
one
sent the
sorted out.
horse to the Asir Satrapy.
you were like,
Could've smuggled the
there's
horse
nothing
in.
to do, and I'm like, okay, sure. I mean, also finding Skinface and the potential, list of things that got stolen off Skith when he was a hero
said
like
I
10
got
years ago.
shenanigans, but we didn't have time for him, so it'll be next week.
Also, I was wondering when Parent's gonna do the thing with the book too.
It's
you're
all
gonna
it's
try
all
to
in the
track
plan. It's
down
all in the
that stuff?
cards.
Oh, okay, all right.
Oh man. I
Bentham
didn't
wants to
think
do a
about
Bentham
that.
speech, I believe.
I got
Alright, okay.
stuff. I got like
I
Aaron's
would
got to
love
do some
that.
soul searching, possibly literally.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
Oh,
anyway, there's a lot to happen next time. I think you probably want everyone there for when you kick a horse through a Stargate, though, so I'm not sure if you want to wait for Skith or not. You might not.
Gotta wait
I
for
don't
me.
know actually
I'll
what
be
is-
back soon.
I don't know what's going to happen. You've got 2 choices where you send that horse, and I'm also not sure exactly what's going to happen to the horse yet, so...
Who knows what's gonna happen to Skith? This might turn into the adventures of we try to get Skith out of weird jail.
Oh, no, genuinely, Skith could, well, just die here, and no one will be able to be near his body, so...
I'm planting the seeds of revolution.
Without the
We could
seed,
probably
if you
should've-
had the seed...
Probably should have planted the nut of not being murdered.
Probably. That's yep. Should
I
have
brought it
nutted in the
up.
ground and then went home first. Like
Yep, but so I'm gonna have to prepare a
okay.
few maps for in case there's like an impromptu rescue mission.
Oh boy.
hey guys, we need to know if we could trust this tiger looking mofo. And
He
now we're
has
gonna
the
find out.
cube, too.
'cause-
Yeah, and you,
If I
you know,
die-
got 3 contacts at middle tier of lifestyle.
Dude, I just
He has
crit
the
a
cube, so we
29.
can't even do the horse thing, by the way.
Oh, that's true. He's got the cube.
Yeah. I just wanted
haha.
to clarify that.
Intentional.
There's no way for him to get back in a rush if he didn't have the cube, though. So I was like,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna step
You
outside
don't
here and be
need
like,
to-
hey, you all are playing intelligent characters and you have quite high int, maybe except
Just-
Karen, who is still just highish int.
Give me
You
all your
know
gear.
that the cube is the easiest way to just GTFO.
Yeah, we don't need to
Just
know
like-
what the other 2 faces of the cube are for now. We can always work it out later.
That's what you think.
Mhm.
Right on the other side of one of those faces, the big bad is like, I'm 1 week away from destroying the world.
No.
Right now is the only time they could defeat me. The device only has 1 HP, but tomorrow it will be invincible.
Probably.
A horse comes through and just headbutts it. No!
It's probably
I-
Arathane the whole
That
time.
horse.
Anyway, wait, no, sorry. That was not the right response.
I mean, interesting.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Sure, Arthane's
yep.
the big bad. Rip.
I will double
That
check
void
if
he
we had
threw
any
the
more.
knife into was actually just a portal to his house.
No, that was a portal to your mum's room.
That's what I'm saying. We need more of those.
Portals to Bentham's
To
No, more
mom's
moms.
room?
Yeah.
Parents.
moms.
Make it easier to get around.
We need more portals to Perrin's mum's room. No tips today. We're good.
In every closet.
Right, we'll see you next week, potentially slightly early.
Hopefully.